Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back from recess. I believe we've rectified our audio issues, and we can be heard on the island of St. Croix. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and... So, without further ado, I would like to have the testifiers testify. Oh. Well, who speaks to this bill? Senator Marvin Blyden, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. To my colleagues, the listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and before I introduce the bill, I also would like to say congratulations to my colleagues and to the administration for their successful run in serving the people of the Virgin Islands for another 2 and 4 years, respectively. And I am truly honored and humbled to have the opportunity to continue working on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Congratulations, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues and staff, testifiers, members of the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. It is my pleasure to bring forward Bill number 34-0265, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, by adding Subchapter 1A to establish the Office of Disability Integration within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. The purpose of this measure is simple. It creates a unit within VITEMA whose purpose is to ensure that the needs of persons with disabilities are taken into account and addressed in all stages of disaster planning, preparation, and response and recovery. I ask you to consider the following facts. People with disabilities are 2 to 4 times more likely to be injured or die during a disaster. During a disaster, people with disabilities encounter barriers accessing disaster services, including emergency notification, evacuation, sheltering, and response. These barriers are not due to a person's disability or aging, but of the failure to include disability and aging communities in disaster planning, response, recovery, research, and oversight. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the American with Disability Act of 1990 require that persons with disabilities be provided with equal access to all disaster relief activities, programs, and benefits. And according to in 2019 General Accountability Office report, states, territories, localities, and nonprofits reported challenges in providing assistance to individuals who are older or have disabilities following the 2017 hurricanes, particularly in critical areas such as obtaining food, water, medicine, and oxygen. Simply put, this is unacceptable. As the government, we have a legal responsibility and a moral obligation to make sure that all residents, especially our most vulnerable, have access to help when they need it. Establishing an Office of Disability Integration will address this problem by helping to ensure that Virgin Islands residents with disabilities can participate in and benefit from programs and services during all phases of emergency management. I must add that this is especially important for persons who are also suffering from social vulnerabilities. Earlier this year, researchers from the University of the Virgin Islands and the Department of Natural Resources published a report called The Public Health Implications of Social Vulnerability in the United States Virgin Islands. They found that the pockets of economic and social vulnerabilities and any pockets of medical vulnerability were in the same, and that the high level of poverty and social inequality in a territory makes measures such as these even more necessary. This measure is really the brainchild of former Senator and current BER Director, Dr. Alison Degazan. And I want to take this moment to thank her for her vision and for her entrusting me with moving this legislation forward. The final product of the bill before us is the result of nearly 2 years of collaboration between a number of stakeholders and parties at the table, which includes sponsor Genevieve Whitaker, Angel Bolquez, Senator Francis have signed on, the Disability Rights Center of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Development Disabilities, VITEMA, the ADA Coordinator, the Legal Counsel of the Office of the Governor, and other persons and entities that are involved in these issues on a daily basis. At the heart of it, the role of disability integration coordinators in any organization is to ensure that the need of people with disabilities are taken into account in all aspects of VITEMA's disaster planning and operations. And for that to take place, they need to be within VITEMA. That's very important. The ADA coordinator already has the needs of persons with disabilities as its primary focus. And what I believe the office of the ADA coordinator needs is more staff, which can be budgeted in the office of the governor. But VITEMA needs these coordinators because it is the operations and the organizational culture of VITEMA that we are trying to influence. At the appropriate time, I will offer amendment number 34-668. A copy has already been circulated to my colleagues, which will clarify that only federal monies allocated to the government of the Virgin Islands will be deposited into the Disability Integration Fund. This is an important clarification because there are non-governmental entities in the territory that are also allocated federal funds to ensure that the needs of persons with disabilities are met during all disasters. I will also offer a technical amendment to correct a drafting error in the whereas clauses, inasmuch as it should say that the barriers accessing disaster services are not due to a person's disability or aging. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the time, and I urge my colleagues to support this most important piece of legislation. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And before we proceed, I just want to make sure that the listening audience that may have been susceptible to some audio discrepancies are able to follow up or stay with us concerning what we're discussing. We're talking about disability integration to enable the individuals with disabilities to interact with non-disabled persons to the fullest of extent possible concerning emergency situations. The bill establishes an Office of Disability Integration within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency to ensure that the people of the Virgin Islands with disabilities can participate in and benefit from programs and services during these phases of emergency management. Additionally, it allows for the employees of these offices to be able to assist the ADA coordinator of the Virgin Islands under certain conditions. So with that said, I would like to proceed with Assistant Director Barbara Peterson for her testimony.
Thank you, Senator Bolquez. Good morning. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, the 34th legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. Director Darrell Joshin is currently out of the territory, and as acting director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, I, Barbara Peterson, am here to give testimony on the proposed bill. The Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency fully supports Bill number 34-0265, proposed by Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Genevieve R. Whitaker, and Angel L. Bolquez Jr., an act amending Title 23 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, by adding Subchapter 1A to establish the Office of Disability Integration within VITEMA. This bill provides for the addition of one individual in each district positioned within VITEMA's Planning and Preparedness Division under the current leadership of Deputy Director Regina Brown. The Planning and Preparedness Division is also responsible for plan development, training, and exercise coordination, community outreach, community emergency response training, which we call CERT, and integration with volunteer organizations active in disaster, VOAD. Vitima is closely partnered with the Office of the Territorial ADA Coordinator under the current leadership of Mr. Julian Henley Sr., who's here with me today. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Vitima, the Office of the ADA Coordinator, Department of Health, and Virgin Islands National Guard coordinated to ensure adequate support existed in the territory's community vaccination centers to meet the needs of those individuals with functional disabilities who chose to receive the COVID-19 vaccine and subsequent booster vaccinations. Starting in January 2022, during the preparation of the 2022 hurricane season, Vitima, the Office of the ADA Coordinator, Department of Human Services, and the Joint Information Center, the JIC of the Office of the Governor, and FEMA identified disability integration as one of the 19 focus area initiatives for the territory. During the period between January and May, the inclusion of functional disabilities occurred with the agency's planned development, such as tabletop exercises and functional drills, such as patient movement, congregate sheltering, commodity distribution, and messaging. During the 2022 capstone exercise with FEMA in May, several successes were identified and many challenges were also identified involving disability integration. Successes included continued growth in the number of seniors and persons with disability living alone, the registration of persons with the Department of Human Services, accessibility of the alert via emergency mass notification, and commodity distribution of food and water through VOAD and the Human Services Meals on Wheels program. Challenges and limitations identified during the capstones exercise and where the involvement of the Vitima disability integration staff may have assisted included: 1, lack of outreach to residents with mobility disabilities to register with Vitran ahead of hurricane season for transportation to and from shelters. 2, the lack of delivery options for people with limited mobility and challenges getting to points of distribution and getting those commodities back home. 3, need for manpower in managing pet sheltering to make sure persons have access to taking care of their pets, including walking, feeding, and managing sanitation needs. 4, need to ensure American Sign Language ASL interpreters for all public-facing activities in preparation and response, whether via social media or public broadcasts. And 5, ensuring individuals in shelters, especially those who are hearing impaired, have communication access to notifications being made to all shelters. Blue Skies, Operation Blue Skies provides another example where Vitima's disability integration staff can further assist in the coordination of delivery of sandbags to the disabled community. For the last 3 years, the Office of the ADA Coordinator has taken on the tremendous task of gathering the list of individuals needing sandbags, coordinating delivery dates and times, coordinating transportation routes for drivers, and coordinating the delivery of sandbags to seniors and individuals with disabilities who are unable to leave their homes. In anticipation of Bill number 34-0265 moving forward, Vitima is developing relationship with other states which have implemented functional disability integrators. Being a member of FEMA's Region 2, New Jersey's Office of Emergency Management has a very strong disability integration program, and FEMA's Region 2 Disability Integration Advisor has been available to provide advice in setting up Vitima's program. While sharing best practices, building a territorial outreach program, and integration of functional disability requirements into interagency plans developments are excellent starting points. Further, adequate funding beyond the staff pay and fringe benefits will need to be developed jointly with this committee. Funding for items such as a vehicle, telephones, computer, and travel to support off-island training is also needed. Additionally, it is important to note that FEMA provides very little federal funding during times of non-disaster for state territory disability integrators. The disability integrator will not be fully occupied with emergency preparation or acting in response mode to actual emergencies or natural disaster. Hence, it is anticipated that the integrator will work to assist the general and ongoing needs for a disability access, planning, and attending to other needs of our disabled community throughout the office of the ADA coordinator. With the needs of individuals with disabilities in mind, and with the involvement of the ADA coordinator, many of the public facility recovery projects currently underway from Hurricanes Irma and Maria include upgrades to meet the requirements of the American Disabilities Act. In a FEMA press release in September 2022, FEMA's USVI Disability Integration Team provided recommendations for the ADA upgrades to public facilities that met FEMA's Public Assistance Program requirements. The team provided input on the following recovery projects. The Christiansted Boardwalk on St. Croix collaborated with internal and external partners. The project was awarded PA funding to improve accessibility in the parking area. The Adrian Senior Center at George Simmons Terrace in Estate Adrian on St. John provided recommendations to improve the accessibility of the kitchen and restroom, which serves St. John's elderly population. The Megan's Bay Beach House on St. Thomas provided technical assistance to address accessibility needs and federal requirements, as well as collaboration with local and federal partners. Government House on St. Thomas provided support to improve physical access to Government House. The facility will include 2 platform lifts and an accessible elevator providing whole community access. Such recommendations are excellent starting points. With VITEMA's Office of Disability Integration, these projects will be tracked and future recovery projects reviewed with FEMA and VITEMA's Public Assistance Team. In conclusion, VITEMA fully supports Bill number 34-0265 and any amendments which are currently being discussed between the bill sponsors and with the Office of the Governor. An Office of Disability Integration positioned and staffed within VITEMA provides a new level of continued support to the community while keeping policy development with the Office of the ADA Coordinator. With 2 disability integrators fully knowledgeable and engaged with our districts, VITEMA is well positioned for rapid integration with FEMA's disability integration units during times of disaster. I want to thank Senators Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, and Senator Angel Balquez Jr. for sponsoring this bill and working closely with VITEMA, the Office of the ADA Coordinator, and the Office of the Governor. I stand prepared to answer any questions. May you have any at this time.
Thank you. ADA Coordinator Julian Henley, you're now recognized for your testimony.
Good morning.
Morning.
Honorable Chairman Angel L. Balquez Jr., members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other senators present, my fellow testifiers, and to the listening and viewing audiences. I am Julian E. Henley Sr., Territorial ADA Coordinator for the Government of the Virgin Islands, and I'm here today at your request to testify on Bill number 34-0265, an act proposed by Senator Marvin Blyden and Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, by adding Subchapter 1A to establish an Office of Disability Integration within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Today, we are aware of the people with disabilities are 2 to 4 times more likely to die or sustain critical injuries during a disaster than people without disabilities. With this in mind, and in the aftermath of the double impacted hurricanes events from 2017, the Brian Roche administration, along with other nonprofit organizations, came together to offer a signature expo to help this population prepare themselves for disaster occurrences. However, the work of providing necessary support systems for members of the community with disabilities is not limited to times of disasters. Therefore, it is important to establish the positions of disability integrators to carry out the important preparatory work year-round. Projects like these and others being led by the new persons whom I will refer to as disability integrators will ensure that the disability community remains prepared for all emergencies responses matters. A disability integration unit is comprised of several roles that provides information services to schools, senior homes, and communities with different types of disabilities. The American with Disability Act, ADA, indicates that persons with disabilities should have the same access to information, equipment, and commodities as anyone else. So today, as we plan to secure disability integrators for the territory, there is much to be clarified about their responsibilities. The role of disability integrators will be to identify the emergency plan for the vulnerable population in the territory and execute that plan when necessary. For example, in an emergency, the Department of Human Services, DHS, will stand up points of distribution by providing supplies and to individuals in the community. As it is difficult to ensure that seniors and persons with disabilities will be able to get these supplies and have them transported to their homes. Disability integrators would determine concerns such as these and provide solutions based on ADA guidelines that would serve as best practices for the territory. For instance, organizing sandbag deliveries to homes of seniors and persons with disabilities is necessary to maximize effectiveness in distribution processes. Though VITEMA and their direct involvements in the emergency operations, disability integrators will be able to attend extensive trainings that will guide their abilities to execute the territory emergency plan for disability communities. Another responsibility of the disability integrators will be to make sure that individuals who are deaf have access to information in formats that people can receive whether they are deaf, blind, have low vision, or other disabilities that requires a particular accessible format. For example, disability integrators must ensure that VITEMA and WAPA maintains their accessible communication channels, such as relay systems, which has replaced the outdated TTY systems for emergency notifications. They will also be responsible for incorporating ASL interpreters throughout the emergency plan, as this is an area where the territory has struggled in the past. As our government pledged to tackle barriers in this territory. The importance of the territorial ADA coordinator coexisting with the disability integrators will emphasize by the nature of their responsibilities. Many people wonder why we do not have many shelters as we did in the past. And the answer is this, is because those shelters were not ADA compliant, they were not ADA compliant, they were inaccessible to individuals with mobility disabilities and had other structural issues. We have since completed the needed repairs to our shelters that were slated to be opened, from accessible parking to accessible routes to the inside of each shelter. There's now a structural plan in place. As we rebuild our structures, keeping the mandated ADA standards in mind, we would have more options to select from. Having the disability integrators in place would allow us to better execute the set plan that we have recently established. It is the responsibility of the ADA office to make sure that the mentioned plans are working and actively being implemented by the individuals who oversee tasks related to disability integration. A set schedule will be established for the disability integrators to work jointly with the ADA coordinator to enforce ADA compliance in the territory. The trainings that disabilities integrators receive via VITEMA will allow them to contribute to each emergency support function, giving full support to all ADA needs and collaborating with the ADA coordinator to create a system that will satisfy the needs of the disabled community in times of emergency and in everyday circumstances. It is these reasons that I support the implementation of the disability integrators under VITEMA, which will work jointly with the Office of the ADA Coordinator to maximize the success of solidifying and executing plans and opportunities towards emergency response efficiencies, ADA compliance, and most importantly, best practices for the territory that will keep our vulnerable citizens safe. However, to better effectuate the implementation of these proposed, the Office of the ADA Coordinator also fully supports certain amendments to the bill that are being proposed. I humbly thank you for giving me the time and the opportunity for sharing the importance of having these positions in the territory to raise awareness and assist in making the Virgin Islands a safe and accessible to all. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And before we go into a 4-minute round, I'd like to mention how important it is that we have individuals who are working in this capacity, especially when it comes to the access that we could potentially get or have from federal monies to support our infrastructure just by having ADA compliance. The Architectural Act of 1969, which is a provision of the ADA Act Title II, dealing with public entities, specifies that. And it's important for us to always be cognizant of that because it will further enhance our livelihoods when it comes to our infrastructure. So before we move forward, I just want to say I acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Alma Francis Heilegger. And we're going to start off with a 4-minute round, starting with Senator Novell E. Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to take this opportunity, since this is the first time that we have been on air, since the election to really just thank St. Croix for their overwhelming vote of confidence and their support in respect to my re-election, and also to extend congratulations to all of the winners and elected officials so far. I want to, first of all, also commend the bill sponsors on this very, very important piece of legislation, in my opinion, and to take the time to just kind of, again, hone in on the mechanics of the legislation, because I think it's critical that we just not put it on paper, but to get a clear understanding how do we intend to implement the measures that's before us. I commend all of the stakeholders that have given their input on this particular piece of legislation. Director Hanley, in respect to the disability integrators, can you speak to what is the vision that have been discussed in regards to how this will be carried out? What would be their real responsibility? What would be the resources that's available to them to be able to meet this very, very important need? Because I think that, and I must interject here, that a lot of time we don't understand that what we're doing is preparing for ourselves as well. Whether or not we get age, or if something could happen tomorrow, that in fact, you don't understand the importance and the need to have this retrofits being done until you need it. So can you just briefly speak to some of the mechanics involved in and how you see the disability integrators will be functioning?
Well, when we look at planning, and Tima does an amazing job over the last 3.5 years in our prep work and looking at what is needed in a territory throughout. And although as an ADA coordinator, you listen to the testimonies as far as my involvement in so many things that we have accomplished, it's still done at a minimum. It's not a laser focus on making sure that there's follow-up, there's opportunities to grow ideas in keeping the territory safe. There's studies that was done where they looked at the low plains that we have in the territory, and most of those floodplains have the majority of individuals who live in those areas, seniors or persons with disabilities. Who is getting the messages to make sure that they grow and learn what is the best practices? Keeping in mind, enforcing the ADA is not something that is done through law enforcement. It's done through community activities, through awareness and educating the public. And that's one of the reasons why having this body put together with the ADA coordinator actually makes it even stronger, because we would then not only look at first response that the fire department might do, but what are they missing? Are they asking if accommodations is needed? How do they go about knowing that they're going to a house with a person in a power wheelchair and need that type of mechanism to get them out of their homes? So it's important for us to look at it from those angles.
Very well. Thank you for your response there. And I think that that's rather profound because, and I'm hoping that with further discussion, because I do have some amendments as well in respect to being able to recognize that, because it's one thing to have someone with just a broad vision of what needs to be done, but more importantly for you to be able to narrow in on the needs of a coordinator in terms of what he has been trained and endeavored to do. Mr. Chair, if I may just quickly wrap up with one other question.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And in respect to self-sufficiency, because a lot of time as a first responder trained individual myself, one of the first things that you always thought is that you have to be able to secure yourself before you're able to assist anyone else. Right. They'll tell you that, make sure you put on your seatbelt, make sure that you put on your safety vest before you try to put on, even when you're rescuing an individual, make sure you're safe before you're able to rescue other individuals. Can you speak to what is the intent for training to those disabled individuals, so that they could be somewhat self-sufficient and be able to assist themselves until such time as the help could get to them? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If you could just answer that and the chair's terms, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Assistant Director touched on that briefly in her presentation in reference to Region 2. they provide a lot of assistive training in different capacities, whether it's for emergency response or it's for 508 training that requires all our websites to be in compliance. We have support networks that the general public don't know of. By working and focusing on the things that you need, you do have peaks and valleys. So we will then look for the sources that could help with the training. For instance, I can help with ADA awareness and training for those individuals, but there's still other levels of trainings that we could work through, whether it's through Cornell, University, and others, to build on the awareness that these individuals will need to execute their jobs.
Mr. Chair, if I may just add a little bit more to that, because how are we getting those individuals that's training the disabled? For example, a therapist, someone that's assisting with maybe a stroke victim and all these other individuals that now may have some form of a disability. How are we preparing those therapists, physical therapists, occupational therapists to be able to assist in that training endeavor? I think is the area that I'm trying to get at.
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning again, Senator Francis. The Vitima provides the training. That's where it comes in, which I alluded to in my testimony. The integration unit through FEMA, they come in and they do that training. It's actually integrated with the ESF trainings, and that's where we would focus on. They would have to come in and create outreach programs. We have to first, the key to this, the success of this, is that we have to identify the population, and that's where the disjointed it is. Like, we know Miss Jane, we know Mr. John, but this person would just laser focus on that population, working with Mr. Henley's office, finding out who these people are. And the success of emergency management is all about outreach. The planning division getting out there with social media, working with every avenue, whether it's print, electronic media, whatever, getting people involved. And if it requires that they can't come to us, then we create the venue to go to them. And that would be the success, I think, to make it happen. But working with FEMA, because it's almost like we're trying to reinvent the wheel. It's already there, it's just not been implemented in the Virgin Islands before. And that's what my opinion is. And if I could just point out $125,000 for two integrators, we have to talk.
Duly noted. Duly noted.
Funding, yeah.
I would like to ask concerning the requisites, as my colleague mentioned. How do you go about, like, for instance, would requisites also include, as you mentioned in your testimony, there was American Sign Language interpreters has been a challenge. So would that be a requisite as well concerning part of what these integrators would have to be able to accomplish as well?
It would absolutely have to be a requisite.
Right.
Mr. Henley, go ahead. Proceed.
Right. Well, once again, you guys actually stole one of our best ASL interpreters that works here.
Oh, God.
But it's always been a challenge. We've had classes at UVI, and FEMA have had classes that was free, and those classes was packed. But those are still just beginner level, where you can probably communicate with a loved one or to really start breaking down the barriers. We have, it's difficult to find those services up to the level that we want. The others that was available, they actually work in the school system. So like how we bring in professional nurses, there's a company that brings in ASL interpreters or hire ASL interpreters to work with the students that's deaf that goes to school. And they're assigned to a student that they work with in the school system. So ASL will continue to be a challenge. We're working with VRI services right now for VIPD, because if they arrested a person and they needed to communicate, how do they do that? And so right now, those are programs that I'm working with throughout the territory to make sure that we have different ways of communicating to the vulnerable population in formats that meets each disability. And ASL just happens to be the one that really is on the top. Even for requests to from Vitima to through FEMA, when they're responding, we're asking them to always work with ASL interpreters so we can make sure that every time the director, assistant director, the governor goes to the public, that they're talking also with having an ASL interpreter present. And you notice we were missing some in our emergency response this year.
And thank you for that, Mr. Henley. And next up, we have my vice chair, Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I don't normally go up front. I normally wait until the end, but I had a prior engagement, but I just started. I needed to be here for this in support of this bill and my fellow Savanero, Mr. Henley. Thank you to the people of the territory for coming out and vote. Thank you for the people of the St. Thomas St. John district for giving me another chance to continue supporting them. I highly appreciate it. In 2018, after the 2 Cat 5 hurricanes, I went to Atlanta because we had individuals who were evacuated from the territory, disabled persons, person without disabilities, and I saw the things that happened. Hence, I put forward a legislation which came now, Act 8151. Are you, Assistant Director and Mr. Henley, are you familiar with Act 8151?
I am not.
I'm not.
Section 1 of Act 8151, Section 1006, subsection C is amended in the paragraph 12 after emergency by inserting, including the protocol for the off-island evacuation of medical patients and others who need to be evacuated off-island. The protocol must include a case management plan for the off-island evacuees, medical and long-term plan for these persons upon their return to the islands. B, Section 1007, subsection A, paragraph 2, is amended after islands and inserting the Commissioner of Health and Commissioner of Human Services. And Section C, 1007, subsection A, paragraph 7, is amended by inserting the Disabilities Rights Council after Hotel Association. So for the integration, for the bill that's before us now, seemed to me an upgrade, which I am very much pleased, because the disabled persons, I support anything for them 100%. And it further goes on to Section 2 to say the Director of Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency must submit the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Plan as amended in accordance with Section 1 of this Act to the members of the legislature not more than 90 days after the effective date of the Act. So this is something that should be in place to assist persons from Disabilities Rights Council. Now, is the Disabilities Rights Council something separate from what we are trying to create with this bill?
Well, I was actually making a note of that because I'm not familiar with that council. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of the Disability Rights Center and Disability Rights Council, but the council, I've never been involved with such council or have been introduced to such council.
Same? Okay, I know, just was saying, because if they're the same, I wonder, would we be reinventing the wheel, or would we be enhancing? I'm all for, like I said, support of, but why fix something if it's already working?
Well, right now, Department of Health, along with Vitima and Department of Human Services, they have actually done a lot of work in this area. As far as mock exercises, they have, the ADA office did events in St. Thomas and St. Croix, St. John, where we took seniors and persons with disabilities, all their records, and put it in a bracelet that's a jump drive that they can leave the territory and have all their records on a jump drive. There's a lot of effort that has gone in since 2017, and sometimes using that as a something to measure from. It's really, Miss A.D. Peterson used a word I've been hoping to hear her say again, so I could keep repeating it, is because the 2017 hurricanes, no one was prepared, and it's just a fact. So what we have established working together is have really enhanced and make sure that accessibility, make sure that they understand moving patients with those type of challenges do come with a lot of other concerns and challenges. So all those efforts have been integrated into a system that I think that we have. And it's always, there's never a perfect plan. You came from first responding. There's never a perfect plan. If there's a perfect plan, that means that you don't have the right goals. But I think that we're working towards bettering our response for emergency situations in the territory.
Good. And if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, two final things. One, also, I sponsored Act 8058, which is the persons, individuals 60 years of age who live alone, and disabled persons to register with the Department of Human Services through VITEMA.
Yes.
Again, for us to be able to locate where our disabled persons are and persons 60 years of age. So again, we need to have a strong push for that so we can know where these individuals are prior to a disaster and have that as a great push. And finally, the bill section, subsection 1024, Office of Disabilities Integration Fund. What kind of money would we need to have as a startup seed fund for this? And you could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time. Just an estimation. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Can I answer? How much money do we need? I think it's budgeted at 125, and that's just for salaries and fringe. But I can't emphasize enough that that's a recipe for disaster. Do not underfund these positions, and then it doesn't work. We need the resources. We talk about ASL interpreters. We talk about the basic things that people forget about. We will need vehicles to transport people who have special needs. We will need certain equipment like computers that requires certain TTX for communication. That way, cell phones. There's a whole lot of things that we will require. So you please make sure that we budget accordingly for the success of it. We don't want to set ourselves up for failure. And to answer your question, Senator DeGraff, it is not a duplication. These persons would not just focus on persons who are leaving the territory for emergency medical situations. These people their primary focus daily would be all about emergency management. So it would be teaching people with disabilities about helping themselves. We know the success of emergency management is teaching people how to help themselves for a short period of time until the government comes in and supports. The government is here, but we need to make sure that people understand how to take care of themselves. And that is a major gap in the territory.
Okay. And thank you. And in addition to what was just mentioned, I think it's very important that we also relate that these integrators will also work with the ADA coordinator, and that would be for likely for seasonal operations. And Mr. Henley, can you please elaborate a little bit more on that? When there is not an emergency situation, how are the integrators going to work with your office?
Well, working with my office, as you notice, we put together a lot of plans with VITEMA. I think coming together as a team and sharing ideas, especially looking at things that Regina Brown that might be put in place for VITEMA, and then I'm learning other things because as the ADA coordinator, that's territorial. That kind of working together brings things on the agenda, and things like if you look, you talked about down in Frederickstead as far as the concerns with access on the sidewalks and other major barriers that we have. We have to look at the territory totality, and those things, although it might not sound like an emergency plan, it interferes with the emergency plan when you look at access. And so we're breaking down those barriers as we work. But the need for us working together and sharing things. We have a great relationship with the FEMA disability integrators who work locally. So over the years, we have developed a knit and close-knit relationship. We have civil rights leaders that work within FEMA that works with my office. So there's a lot of different things that we will be working together, and that's why it's important for us to understand that these decisions for us working together would be something internally that would be shared within the two agencies, whether the Office of the Governor or VITEMA, and knowing that whatever it is that we're discussing and planning, it's not in a silo, that we know that this is part of building that plan. And this little thing that we didn't look at that needs to be in that pot has to come in that pot. And that's where my role comes in. Separating them out from the ADA office puts them out there to just learn response. We're there because of ADA and the needs also for ADA. So even sharing things with the staff at VITEMA, looking at accessibility challenges that maybe each agency have. They will be a part of making sure that we're also internally accessible and we're meeting the ADA criteria in, they might have staff with disabilities. They're going to be that leader that's going to be also looking at these barriers that's preventing people from traversing. So, it is something, it's a great win for the territory. I think that it's one that A.D. Peterson talked about as far as not putting the monies behind of it to make this function be as good as it can be. And we will grow on it. I'm sure we'll be back here in the legislature to talk about successes and failures and gaps. And that's the way the ADA is an evolving process. It's never, although they know of all the things, it's never still, 2018, that's when they just put in place the 508 training, where it's required that all websites be compliant. And look how long that is from 1990, because all these things go through processes. And that's what we will be doing, building a process, building a team inside and out, and then looking into the future.
Thank you. We're now going to cross the waters and acknowledge Senator Genevieve Whitaker for her 4 minutes. No audio, Senator Whitaker. No audio currently. I think we're having some technical difficulties with audio. Let's go on a brief recess until we can get it rectified. Yeah. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety is back. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great, excellent. So good morning, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially good morning to the testifiers. And I also want to join also in really congratulating all of the winners and everyone who ran for office. I want to especially thank the voters of St. Croix for their vote of confidence. And I want to actually add a point of information, Chairman, so can I be provided with that before my time starts? Because I have a point of information on the last speaker. My point of information that I want to share is that, especially when we came up with a question concerning the funding, last year, as a part of my office effort, was to coordinate with Director Jason by TEMA, for which the $123,500 was allocated. And I want to put on the record, it is for equipment, supplies, computer software, furniture, annual disability trainings, and other first travel, etc. But I want to also highlight that what is also occurring at this time in the past several months is that ADA Coordinator Henley, who I really commend along with Director Jason, did reach out to us as senators because one of the things that we're pushing forward is the registry that is being administered by Human Service at this time in coordination with BMV and the Election System Office, is that it's there's an effort to make it digitized. So that effort is taking place, and I hope, of course, as part of this measure, that we would move that forward because we need to take it from paper to digital. So I did offer an appropriation measure attempt 2, but I'm really happy about today. I will proceed now, Chairman. I want to give a brief backstory before asking questions of our testifiers. This measure really highlights the work of a fierce advocate who we've recently honored through a resolution, Mrs. Roselin McFarlane. And she, in fact, had asked me and engaged me even before, and who was also one of my mentors, encouraged me to run for office, in that after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, a lot of persons with disability lost their lives because they did not have the support they needed. And that's why she advocated and pushed and really advocated that we move this measure forward. It was over a year's work with my Senator Blyden, my staff, all of us working together to move this forward in coordination with the Office of the Governor and by TEMA, and also agencies that I want to make sure we mention. Yes, the Disability Rights Center, but I also want to highlight that one of the other agencies as well was, in fact, the Center for Independent Living, for which one of my staff members, Mr. Gerard Evelyn, is affiliated with, who's a person with disabilities. So I want to now move to ADA Coordinator. I want to start off with you. What are your, what in terms of moving this forward, how do you envision putting together a database to assist with this legislation? Well, how do we have one now? And would this legislation assist you with developing one in coordination with VITEMA?
No. Please acknowledge the microphone of ADA Coordinator Henley, please.
Hello? Okay, a database definitely would be established. Right now, we do have listings of persons in our collaboration in working on projects with the sandbags and with invited persons, seniors and persons with disabilities from the expo. But that information, it's there to have hopefully follow up, and knowing that we have and this great body is going to bring this legislation forward. We will definitely work on having a collaborative measure, even looking at the registrants that's in the registry, and really taking that into consideration, because that registrant don't have that persons have challenges, but it's for seniors and individuals with disabilities. So we're going to look at all those avenues and come up with what would be best, because we want to follow up with individuals, especially when it's time to remind them 6 months out that they need to start their emergency response plan. And so there will definitely be a some information that will be gathered in our website, in our webpage. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I think my time was called, but I believe it started when I made my point of information.
Okay, so wrap up your last question quickly, please.
Okay. If I will ask my first 4 questions, if I may ask those two. ADA Corner Henley, in terms of the marketing plan, can you just briefly highlight what efforts you're going to make to market the efforts in this office? What tools will you use in order to promote this measure?
Well, it's not just, that's where the funding comes in, because we need to be able to promote that we have such measures, or we have such events, or we need such information. And that, doing it in just grassroots, hoping to send out or people to come forward, we need to be able to take the message to the individuals who need this information, or need to be trained, or need to be give ideas to. And I think in that budget that would be then handed to these individuals, they can start putting together that outreach and meeting the public in their turfs with town hall meetings and other, to making sure that we're touching on the right things that's making a difference in the territory. We don't want to feel like because we're experts in this field that people don't have a lot to bring to the table, and everyone has something to bring to the table. So it's good for us to be able to listen and look at what we want to do to drive and take this community forward. So yes, there will be a lot of planning, and always the relationship with your office has just been amazing over the years.
Okay, thank you, ADA Coordinator Henley. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. And I do want to say thank you for your overwhelming support and vote of confidence in this second round. I want to thank the people of St. Croix for their real support. I want to start off, I think, with Henley, or even FEMA Assistant Director. Do you guys have an estimate of the amount of individual that if this bill passed, will be serviced from this piece of measure?
Good morning, Senator. That is the $20 million question. The answer is no. We do not know how many people we would have to reach. That would be the key thing, that we would have to identify this population, and we would have to work on a strategic plan to start reaching these people. I think it would start with huge outreach through, like I said, in every avenue, working with the ADA coordinator and VITEMA, Human Services, all the agencies that we would touch on, and try to find out how many people in this territory are special needs, how many people have disabilities that we would have to, and it would continue to grow, obviously. But the answer is no. We do not know the answer. We do not know how many people.
I think it's a very good measure. I will be supporting it, but that's something that I have of importance. And whilst I ask that question, I see in your testimony you talk about 2 employees. Under those 2 employees will be a tier of other employees, because if the number is well, right now we don't have the number, but I believe the numbers would be great. Would there be tiers of employees underneath those 2? You're talking about 2 just to start heading it up?
It would be 1 in each district, and they would work directly with the Planning and Preparedness Division. So you have a team of people within that division that would come up with these plans for disability. And the persons would be responsible for just working with our Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness and our planner specifically. And then we have our outreach coordinator in both districts as well, where we would go in the churches, we would go in the senior centers, we would walk in there. But you touch on something. Senator, the administrative stuff that would be required, the back end stuff that we don't take into account, we have to look at that. But we don't know what support we would need until we start the process. The key is just to start.
And then one of my colleagues asked the question that I had there about the budget, and I think your response was 125.
1 minute.
For both.
Your response was basically 125.
That's the budget that I received. My HR deputy director is here, and what I receive, and I could be corrected, is 125,000 was budgeted in totality. That's what I was. I'm seeing no's.
Yeah, based on this task that we are about to put here, I think that's something we really need to look at carefully. I support this measure strongly, but I don't want to underfund this measure and then our disabled population is still left unserved under a disaster. We all know what we went through to 2017 hurricanes. And lastly, where does the family fit in this package? It's important because as we recall, and we were just discussing about some of the folks that was sent off to the. Where does the family fit into this package? Some family still want to be a part of assisting their loved ones. So what part of this package would the family fit in?
I would say that the family is integral in making this successful because there will be a portion of the population that are dependent on family members to continue to support them. So the people that we're reaching will be direct and it will be indirect. It will be the children of or cousins of or family members of people who have disabilities that would be signing them up for the alerts or signing them up for these support systems that we would put in place. So absolutely, they would be involved.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. And I definitely want to applaud the sponsor of this bill. It's a piece of measure that we definitely need to put in place. And I do agree with ADA Coordinator Henley that this is a working process. It's not one piece of measure that's going to cover all of this. It definitely will be a working process that I do definitely support to make sure that all our people with disabilities and our seniors are properly looked after and taken care of once a storm it's arrived. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Quick point of inquiry by Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman, and Senator Giddens is also in the Noella as well. To Ms. Peterson, the quick question I have concerns recruitment. How would VITEMA work to recruit individuals to work within the division, and specifically the consideration of hiring persons with disabilities and, of course, providing them with those supports?
The recruiting process would be no different than any recruiting process that we use for employees that work at VITEMA. We have an HR deputy director. We are not finite with if this position would be a exempt or classified position. So we would start with that, and it would of course go through the personnel division with the employees' job descriptions and employees, all the mechanical things that go with hiring and onboarding someone. But we would internally recruit with and work with the ADA coordinator, obviously, to make sure we have the right fit for these positions.
Thank you. Next, we have Senator Giovanni James Sr. for your 4 minutes.
Then she didn't answer.
Senator James. Okay, I think it's having some audio issues. We will go next up, Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, while Senator James gets prepared.
Thank you.
You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning to the people of the territory, to my colleagues, to the testifiers. First of all, before I continue, I would like to thank the people of the territory that gave me another opportunity to represent them in the 35th legislature. I think all the support that I continue to get has afforded me the ability to be untied within this institution and really be a voice for the people continuously. But the first set of questions I would like to ask, Vaitima, we had a conversation about a year and a half ago in regards to additional things being done to the 911 system. Are there any new or upcoming improvements to the 911 system that could potentially aid and assist persons with disabilities? For example, one of the things I had touched on was texting into the 911 system, and I know I was told within about 6 months or so that was something you guys were looking into. Is that something still on the forefront, or in addition to texting into the system, are there other things that you guys are planning to assist persons with disabilities to get more assistance?
Good morning, Senator Francis Heiliger. Yes, the answer is yes. The text to 911, we have not completed. We're this close to that.
Okay.
We have implemented the Rapid SOS. Rapid SOS is a device. If you call 911 from any mobile device in the territory, even if you are disconnected from the call, we can locate you down to the very spot that you're located.
Okay.
So if you call 911, that's new and that's critical to the structure of 911. The TTX system, the text to talk for people with hearing impaired, and also we're working on another program that we have the language line, which has over 100 languages for translating. Those are new, and then the final one is that we're working on is the 4 keywords, and I know it's an app that every distinct location that you're at, there's a key down to, again, the very spot that and we can locate you on the water, on land, anywhere in the territory if you call from your mobile device.
Okay, good. Those are great improvements.
But not the text. We haven't instituted.
But we're
the
this
text.
close to it.
It's close.
Okay.
And we have a new we have integrated a new system. All our technology has been upgraded, and that is complete.
Okay, good. Well, anything that could greater allow individuals, even with persons with disabilities, to get better assistance. I would also like to put on the record 1 minute. The ASL individual that works in my office, she wasn't stolen. She came willingly. And in addition to that, she still does serve the public as a member of my office, and she assists very well as I always make sure she could have time off if anything major happens, okay? I also wanted to ask, why do you think that ADA compliant shelters or having adequate amounts seems to be an issue here in the territory? And how do you think this bill is going to assist with improving that?
Well, it's important when we look at discrimination or not allowing persons to be able to have the needed space that might be required for individuals with whatever levels of challenges. So the space in between the beds or the spacing or the ramps or a person, like you said, with the ADA requires that you have the same access as everyone else. So, we make sure that those qualifications are in place. And as we rebuild the territory, everything that we're rebuilding right now is also being rebuilt in ADA compliance. So it brings us to a better position where persons, no matter what type of challenges that you have, if you're capable of being in one of the stand-up shelters that we have, that you would have the same access.
Okay.
Like everyone else.
Excellent. May I ask one more question?
Please proceed.
I appreciate you. With this integration, this will now put Vaitima at the forefront in really working and assisting persons with disabilities through emergencies, etc. What are some of the critical areas that you lack currently that you believe that with this integration will now propel persons with disabilities with a much better emergency situation, etc.?
Attending a lot of the trainings that Team put forward. Because of my office being as busy as I am, I can attend a lot of those trainings. But having a team of individuals that will be able to focus in on follow-up, not just the message or the training, but the follow-up component is very important. Because even following up to individuals after the expo, you ask them, did you register for Alert VI? No, I was going to, so things like that is where you would then have the time to sit down and say, let me help you register.
Okay.
And so to make sure that we're not just doing something and speaking and then you're leaving, you'll be able to really focus in on the barriers or gaps that we have. And that's, once again, that's something that I work on all the time. However, having this unit where we can conversate, where we can work together, where we can look at the barriers, because this is not going to be just something that you throw up in the air. All these things will be part of a plan.
Okay.
It will be part of sitting down with Vitima and my office, and we're saying, okay, this will be something that we should have in the next 3 months, 5 months, 6 months. And then we work towards those goals. Working towards those goals, we would have gaps. And with those gaps of height in work or not, then we look at the territory. And once again, sharing in those conversations, we'll then work with my office in looking at other things to make the territory barrier free. And that's one of the goals that we're going to start in January.
Excellent.
And we would need these integrators involved.
Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Chair, thank you for the additional time. I am in full support of this piece of legislation, and we will vote accordingly as the amendments come through. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we have Senator Vaughn E. James Sr. You are now recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I too want to say thank you to the people of St. Croix for their vote of confidence on November 8, 2022, and during the early voting process. As far as Bill number 34-0265, I'm aware that there is an amendment, and my question to both the ADA Coordinator Office and Vitima, as far as the amendment, as is, are you satisfied with the amendment? I know we spoke about some additional information, but what the language we have right now, are you satisfied with the amendment?
The amendments, I don't think it's in the bill as yet. The amendments is outside of the bill. But working with the office, there's areas where we ask the language to indicate, which I think it does briefly indicate the coordination between the ADA office and the integrators. I think that amendment is one that we need to look at. I think that once again, the need. I'm missing your second question. Could you give me your second question?
Let me intervene. Hold the senator's time for a second. The amendment that Senator James is speaking of is striking territory and inserting government of the Virgin Islands.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So amendments like that, once again, it's grammatical errors or things when you look at the government of the Virgin
Okay,
Islands.
thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And my question to the ADA office, how much is allotted in your FY 2023 budget to carry out the duties of the ADA office? Do you know that number from the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Okay. And my other question to you, the ADA office, did the ADA office or any office within the office of the governor or within the executive branch played a role in the last census to get accurate data for individuals living with disabilities in the territory?
No, that's all done internally with the individuals that carry out that mandate. We don't participate in that.
Okay, and what is the norm for collecting data relative to persons living with disabilities regardless of the census? Is there something we do on a local level to get some kind of understanding, or do we rely heavily on the census?
We don't use the census for a lot of things. We have a registry. Those registrants, I think right now is over 700 territorial wide. And we do have community awareness and groups through Human Services that helps with building that list of individuals that needs to be addressed. And just the community awareness.
Okay, thank you.
That.
Okay, thank you. And how often do you scrub those numbers to make sure that those numbers are accurate as far as individuals moving away from the U.S. Virgin Islands, people passing away, and the list goes on? How often do you scrub those numbers?
I don't scrub those numbers at all.
Okay. And ever since you came on board with the ADA office, and all of this is relative to the bill because I'm close and you understand why I'm asking you these questions, because in the bill it speaks to the director of ITEMA at the request of the EDA coordinator to temporarily utilize employees within the Office of Disability Integration to assist with the Office of the ADA coordinator in its duties. And my question to you is there a go-to person or an assistant for our constituents within the St. Croix district for the ADA office? If I'm not mistaken, you reside on St. Thomas.
I'm territorial. So I have most of my complaints or address citizens are on the island of St. Croix. So I do address whether you're St. Thomas or St. Croix.
Hold on.
I don't have anyone in St. Croix office.
Time.
I'm the person on board St. Thomas and St. Croix, St. John.
Exactly. So what I'm saying now, without you being defensive, this bill supports you because when they're not working with ITEMA, you can have assistance as far as the ADA office. Because I just want to make sure that even though you're doing your job, no one man can really run an office. So you need help is what I'm basically saying. I don't want to take up much time and abuse my time. Mr. Chair, I stand in support of this bill. Of course, I know ITEMA had concerns regarding the amount of funding that will be needed. I'm only asking that the sponsor of the measure follow up with ITEMA to find out what that number would be like. And hopefully when the sponsor of the measure comes up to speak, I would like to hear from him regarding the expected start date of this integration. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Point of inquiry, Senator Francis.
Again, following up on the previous questions by my colleagues, Director Henley, have there been any discussion with the University of the Virgin Islands, for example, the ECC, in respect to a survey that could be done, or for us to be able to get or glean some type of data in respect to how many disability or disabled individuals that we have in the territory? Have there been any such discussion?
No, you see, this is where right now we have done a putting together even to find out the number of persons within the government who have disabilities. And because you don't have to disclose that you have a disability, a lot of times it's challenging. We put together this whole database at Department of Personnel. And for each person that's hired, or even person that's working within the government, to state, I have a disability and this is what my disability is. I have a disability, I don't want to disclose what it is, or I don't have a disability. And trying to get that data put together, it's almost impossible because we don't ask name, we don't ask any of that information. And once again, the same thing for persons who go to Disability Rights Center, independent living. They have to disclose that they have a disability. So they have that record because they're nonprofits and that part of their mandate to give services to persons only with disabilities. But to really bring all those numbers together, some of them are duplicated. But that is something, once again, having the disability integrators, they would be able to, if that becomes a focus point that we need to start with, we would then have the work to look at the entire territory as a goal and bring those numbers. That goal has never been discussed or addressed other than the registry and for us to do outreach when we want to have events. But having that solid database is something that would definitely be one of the listed requirements of the disability integrators.
Very well. I think we'll have some follow-up discussion as a body in respect to that. I believe that those numbers, census, will be important for us to continue to make decisions as a policy position in order for us to make sure that we have the numbers and that in fact that we're really contributing to the needs of our disabled population. So we'll follow up on that as a collective in respect to getting the University of Virgin Islands to assist us in collecting that data. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And before I go to a point of information by Senator Blyden, I would like to mention, so that we're cognizant, that a disability, the fluctuation of a disabled, meaning the population, of how someone can become disabled. I could wake up tomorrow and be disabled. By partaking in a medical procedure, I can become disabled. By the sheer fact of age, I can become disabled. So those numbers will fluctuate exponentially as we move forward. And then, of course, the death rate would also bring it down. So it's hard to determine. While the question merits a lot of good thought and preparedness, which I agree with, we still have to be cognizant of those factors as well. Correct. Senator Blyden, your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in respect to the registry, and my colleague spoke to the University of the Virgin Islands, I believe within the disability integration, they will also have to have that responsibility. But in addition to that, I believe that it also starts with all the different housing communities, because they actually have an elderly and disabled listing within every community, and that listing should be updated on a monthly basis. At least when I was there, every month you have to update your listing and post it within on the bulletin board, because I know we had a distribution a couple of weeks ago, and that's what we used to target those individuals that just requested an elderly and disabled listing within the housing communities, and that should be updated, and that's usually accurate. So we can also start there. And in respect to the other areas within human services, VITEMA, UVA, we can also focus on those other numbers and update it on a monthly basis, but I believe we can start there and look forward to working with whoever in terms of partners to make that happen moving forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. I, too, would like to thank the St. Croix community for coming out and exercising their right to vote. I thank all those who exercise their rights, whether you voted for me or not. I deeply appreciate your participation, and also thank the Greater Virgin Islands for their prayers coming out of the other district and even the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I welcome any and all assistance provided to our disabled community. So I welcome this measure that we're discussing here this morning. I had an opportunity to work with the Federal Emergency Management Agency as a fraud and internal investigator, and having to sit in such capacity, I remember now one of the offices being the Office of Disability Integration and Coordination. I know that this measure also speaks to coordinating their efforts, and I will speak to the sponsors to see if they could add that crucial word to and coordination, because this is a matter of coordination, and we need to ensure that we look out for this segment of our community. Their mission is basically to help persons with disabilities before, during, and after disasters. And in doing so, we must also make sure that there's accessibility for these individuals during and after storms. Oftentimes we see what the emergency relief sites look like. Persons having to be in long lines, standing in the sun for long periods of time, etc. And we must do all that we can do to coordinate the efforts to have better accessibility for those with physical challenges. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair and colleagues, I'm looking forward to supporting this measure. It is welcome. And again, I welcome anything that will provide assistance to this segment of our community. Hats off to the sponsors of this matter, Senators Blyden, Whitaker, and Bolkes. Thank you for your forward thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. Next, we have Senator Blyden. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again to all. Let me ask Ms. Peterson, good morning.
Morning.
To you, and good morning, Mr. Henley.
Morning.
But before I go to you, let me respond to one of the former speakers on the respect to the implementation date, and I'm going to let you speak to Ms. Peterson to this, because I know, like I said, the bill has been in works for the last 2 years. We have had many meetings, and FITEMA is prepared based on their due diligence to implement within 30 days, and that's why it's in the bill. But I'll let you speak to that, Ms. Peterson, in respect to the implementation date.
My personal affect is always just give me the resources and let me do my job. We have been waiting just for the funding to move forward. We thank you, Senator Blyden, for keep pushing this legislation. We had heard that the money had been moved around and we were a little bit disappointed, but we're glad that we're back on track. So we need the funding. I have my HR people ready. We'll start recruiting, getting somebody on board and making this happen. We're talking a lot about how do we get the people, how are we going to touch the lives that we're trying to. We have great people working at VITEMA. We have a very effective planning and preparedness division, and they will create the necessary tools to get the people. And as we all know, when we start out, there will be gaps, and we'll fix them, and we'll make it happen.
Thank you for that. And also, my last colleague spoke to coordination, and I know the ADA coordinator and VITEMA have been also working hand in hand when it comes to this shared responsibility. Can you speak to shared responsibility? What would that look like? I'll have you speak, Mr. Henley, and also you, Ms. Peterson, in terms of coordination. What have you been speaking to, and what it will look like? What would that space look like?
For the disability integrator?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's, once again, we both have the interest in making sure that this bill come together. Working with my office, we'll be able to look at plans that we have. And when I say we, VITEMA and my office, this is something that we have been discussing for the last couple of years. And the response to having plans to respond to the persons with needs, I think they stand on the forefront. So what we would do is look at where we have gaps or where I have challenges right now. VITEMA, we have done capstone events and tabletop exercises, and those things help us to see areas that we don't normally touch on for response. So I think that we have the plan in place. The ADA office, if you look at the presentation from VITEMA, that we have worked together with so much major measures already to change the trajectory of persons with disabilities in the territory. But that working together is what's the key in us moving forward, because we will have peaks and valleys, and we will have times where there's not a whole lot. It's been 5 years since we've had a disaster. So we would then look at other best practices that is not under the ADA and try and come up with solutions to those gaps.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. You want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I do. We did have a disaster. It's called COVID. And don't miss that part. And that was a big gap of why we were here, right? But even in spite of that, we work extremely close with Julian on a daily basis. And they are very instrumental in how we manage emergencies. But the key is actually having that physical person in there dedicated only to it. That's where I think we will win. Yeah.
Thank you. And in closing, before my time is called, do we have any plans in terms of folks with disabilities and electricity power? Because that's a major challenge when it comes to many of our individuals with disabilities, whether equipment, whether it be backup power. Is there any plans to see how we can assist those individuals moving forward when it comes to disasters, etc.? Because that's a very critical area also. Can you speak to that?
On a personal level, like at their homes?
Yes.
I know that Red Cross did outreach in that area. That's not something that that I would say it's not a concern, but we would have to look at resources, grants, or things that might be able to come together, because there's persons who actually, after 2017, who actually died in their power chair because they couldn't move around. The chair went dead, and they were stuck in the middle of the floor. So there's a lot of concerns. I know that they did some small generators for persons with respiratory challenges and mobility devices like wheelchairs, to be able to charge them. But once again, they need assistance to start the generators and do other things. So once again, as we make our list of priorities and looking at all the different things that I've experienced, what they have experienced, and we look together and bring the nonprofits into the mix, and we look at it from a totality project, we will get everyone on track in doing what we need to do. I think I don't want us to overthink this. I want us to understand what we as professionals know that we need. Give us that support. Give us an opportunity to prove that we have a plan. And then we come back and update you of where we're going. And so that's what we're hoping that today, that everyone understand that we are the professionals in what we do. And we want to educate you on what we're going to do, and then give us a chance to show you that.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you,
Point of
Senator
inquiry.
Blyden. We have 3 points of inquiries. I'd like to allot 1 minute for each, in the order of Senator Whitaker, Senator James, and then Senator Francis, because we are to the...
And Gitten?
We've already gone up to 11 o'clock, which was allotted for this block, so we want to be able to stay within the time frame. Senator Whitaker, you recognize?
Mr. Chair?
Senator Giddens?
Yes, I was just advising that I too had a point of inquiry. I'll go at the end. Thank you.
Very well. 1 minute each, colleagues, and then we'll wrap it up. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want ADA coordinator as well as Ms. Peterson, can you kindly put on the record the efforts leading to this hearing that we've made as you reached out to senators concerning the registry system? So ADA coordinator, do you recall having included me, especially in a meeting where we discussed moving forward and what would be the next steps to involve the members of this body so we can move in consideration of that system forward?
Okay, that system that you're talking about, the registry system, you did play an intricate role in that planning. It's still yet to be determined the cost and exactly how their programs will fit into the territory. And I know that Baitima would be playing that role in understanding that better. But, I think it's something that, anything that would help us to do our jobs better, something for us to look at.
Thank you. Just real quick, because I remember one of the tasks we're supposed to do is coordinate with Human Service.
Senator, your time has expired.
Thank
We
you.
have to
Thank you,
proceed.
Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator James, your 1 minute. Point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Hurricane season starts in June, and I know we just ended, or not ended, well, we ended the FY 2022 budget, and we're now in the FY 2023 budget. They say hurry dog eat raw meat, but I want to make sure that we have some level of progress before hurricane season starts for the year 2023. So my question to Vitima, based on your conversations with the sponsor of the measure and your expectation, when can you see this integration coming into play? And if not fully into play, something in the interim that we can use as far as a process to determine how we take care of individuals living with disabilities in the territory.
Your question, good morning, Senator James. Your question is how quickly can we have this person employed? I know I'm using words that you didn't use, but you said integrated.
Hurricane season starts in June.
And ends in December 1.
Yes, so what I'm saying is,
Time.
for 2023, when can we expect some level of integration with this bill once passed? And if not fully integrated, what can we use in the interim as far as a model based on this bill to help individuals living with disabilities during a disaster?
Well, the bill speaks to the hiring of 2 individuals to work in Vitima to be disability integration coordinators. So I would say realistically 90 days to get someone employed. And then we hit the ground running. But realistically, until the bill is passed, we're on a standby. But I would say once we have funding in place, I would say 90 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you once again to my colleague who sponsored this measure. And I look forward to seeing this pass before December so we can hit the ground running. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't need a minute, but real quickly, AD Peterson, in respect to command and control, what is the concept that's been discussed in regards to how these 2 coordinators, who will they come under? Vitima or the ADA coordinator? Have there been any discussion, exactly how that would work? I heard, or I read within the testimony that there was some inclination that you wanted to make sure that the ADA coordinator have oversight. So can you speak to that?
I don't know of the ADA coordinator having oversight. I don't think it's a good recipe to have one person serving 2 masters. I think if the person is housed and reports to the director of Vitima, that the person should report only to Vitima, working with the ADA coordinator. The ADA coordinator works very closely with Vitima in terms of what their needs and what the population of who they serve require. So it would work with Vitima director under the planning and preparedness division. That would be the key. And that person would do the work that they're required to do. I hope that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I think, excuse me, Senator Balquez, I think that's where the confusion has been going back and forth of where this person would sit in the office of the governor of Vitima. And if it sits in the office of the governor, so be it. But if it sits in Vitima, I think they should report directly to Vitima director.
Thank you, E.D. Peterson. Thank you, Senator Francis. I see ADA coordinator Henley. You want to make a quick statement?
Right. And A.D. Peterson is totally correct. There will be, Regina Brown, I think, is that person that the person would then be responding to. The relationship, once again, the relationship that we have, if you look at the CVCs that we stand up and all the other things that we have done over the last 3.5 years, we did it without gaps. And I don't foresee this stopping our progress. We will work together. And the person will answer to Vitima. That's the reason we agreed to it being stood up in the at Vitima. And if there's reprimanding or anything of that sort that needs to be done, it's done out of Vitima. I don't need to have a measure to have those things for us to work. And this project here is for us to be working on the best practices, ADA compliance, and areas where we don't have those federal laws to make sure that we could put best practices in to serve these individuals.
Okay, thank you, ADA Henley. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. First off, page 3 of the bill, line 8, mentions that the director will select the disabilities integration advisors. Which director are we talking about? I would assume that it's the Vitima director, but I don't want to assume really.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's the intent.
Yes.
Now, when I look at the creation of these units, I definitely look for efficiency. And I might have missed it, but I don't see any mention of any other position or titles besides the Disabilities Integration Advisor, which will be selected by the Vitima director. Will there be any disabilities integration specialists hired to assist the senior leadership and to assist in the overall program itself?
Senator, if once we start the process, if that's something that we see in the future, right now, these individuals don't have sirens in their cars, or they're going to be working just like how I coordinate and having all the ESFs and everyone and sitting down and seeing what they do and where they can see ADA compliance is missing. So it's a work bringing a team together, but also we have to find the right persons to fit in those jobs. There's no list of individuals that's running to say they have ADA knowledge. We don't know. We have to start that process, and if you just say 90 days, we're hoping to be able to find those individuals that have the personalities, that have the knowledge. It's just not bringing persons in that's totally green. We need to have persons who have some knowledge in these areas, and then to develop them into what we want to be. And we all here as being professionals, you pick some good employees and sometimes you pick bad employees. So we have to look at what we could make sure that we have the team, and then from there build on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. I didn't fully understand that response because I wasn't talking about anyone with lights and sirens. Those assigned to FEMA don't have lights and sirens either, but I just want to make sure that the office will be efficient in providing the services desperately needed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. We always admire your passion. Colleagues, I believe that we have had a very fruitful conversation surrounding this bill. And one moment. Oh, Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, you're recognized for your 1 minute.
I appreciate it. I am an individual that, as a senator, one of the things I want to make sure that any piece of legislation I support or vote on benefits the people of this territory. And I just would like a quick synopsis. How do you feel that overall, whether it's people coming to the territory as tourists, whether it's individuals that live here, people that might be facing disability issues in the future, how do you think that this bill overall will assist individuals?
Well, we're planning to do barrier-free. And barrier-free means that we want to have on tourism website to have a web page, and that's already in place, to then have an assessment of all the transportation that's accessible, all the excursions that's accessible, all the restaurants, the hotels that meets those requirements. So if a person wants to come to the territory, they don't have to call you, Senator, and say, where can I stay? You could just refer them to some place that professionally we have looked and make sure that they have those criterias in place. So, once again, all of that is building into what we do. And that's a major undertaking, but a lot of that is going to be sent out to those individuals. They send that information back, and then we decide if you meet that criteria for us to come out to validate that you're accessible. So it's a great question. I'm glad that you touched on that.
That is a great, may I, Senator Bulka? That is a great question, Senator Francis Heiliger. As you know, thousands of people come to this territory on a daily basis. And as emergency managers, we see things that you don't. We anticipate what could happen. We don't know on a daily basis how many people are coming off a cruise ship that are wheelchair bound or who have vision impaired but we know if something happens, we have to manage that because they become our responsibility when in the territory. So working with this integration coordinator would be actually an opportunity for us to work with the cruise ship and the airlines and whatnot to see how many people do we have to manage and how do we take care of those people when they're in the territory. So that's a really great question.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
And for point of information, what 3 words is the app? And January of 2023, text to 911 will start.
Thank you.
All right.
I will be looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I'd like to mention, like I was previously mentioning when I unfortunately forgot my fellow colleague. I hope she doesn't hold it against me.
I haven't decided yet.
We've had a very good full-bodied conversation surrounding what should be a part of our society in all ways, shapes, and form. And I'm looking forward for this committee to vote favorably on this measure. Mr. Henley, thank you for your dedication and your work. Ms. Peterson, thank you for your time and dedication and work as well.
Thank you.
Colleagues, do I hear a motion? Amendment. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-668 on the behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator Marvin Blyden, and this is an amendment to bill number 34-0265. Bill number 34-0265, section 1, internal section 1024, subsection C, paragraph 2, is amended by striking territory and inserting government of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second, by Vaughn James.
Properly moved and by Senator Francis and seconded by Senators DeGraff, Francis Heiliger, James. Anyone else? Okay. Roll call on the amendment. Any objections? Hearing no objections, so ordered. Motion, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34-0265, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10 by adding subchapter 1A to establish the Office of Disability Integration within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, as amended, be approved by the Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice, and forwarded to the Rules Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators DeGraff, James, Francis Heiliger. Roll call on bill number 340265 as amended.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Vaughn James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yeas and no nays.
Madam Clerk, you didn't ask me for my vote. My vote
I'm
is yea.
sorry. Senator Angel Volquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator, Mr. Chair, we have 7 yeas.
That sounds more like it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 340265 as amended, an act amending the Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10 by adding subchapter 1A to establish the Office of Disability Integration within the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency has been favorably voted upon and will be forwarded to the Committee of Jurisdiction for further consideration. For rules and jurisdiction and judiciary for further consideration. ADA Coordinator Henley and ED Peterson, thank you for your time. I'd like to give both of you 1 minute to wrap up before we proceed to the second block.
Okay. Just thank you for the opportunity. Look forward to getting our integrators in place on the ground so that we can support the people of this community in emergency management, the special needs community in emergency management.
Thank you, sponsors of the bill. Thank you for the opportunity to come and testify in such an important piece of legislation. I do hope that everyone can participate in seeing the growth of these persons in play, and it would help to educate this body of what we need as a territory to have positions like these. Working along with Bitima over the years have helped me to grow. And I know that bringing these individuals in, I'm hoping that I can play a major role in that process in helping them to grow, understanding the ADA requirements that we have in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of personal privilege, Senator Marvin Blyden.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this most important piece of legislation. I want to thank again Ms. Peterson and Mr. Henley for your work and advocacy on behalf of those with disabilities. And today is a win-win for those individuals. I'm very proud and I'm happy. And thank you so much for what you continue to do, and I look forward to further collaboration with your office on behalf of folks with disabilities. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. The Committee on Public Safety, Homeland Security, Public Safety and Justice will go on a brief 3-minute recess to allow the testifiers to come into the chamber. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back from recess. Madam Clerk, can you please read the record?
Block 2, updates and SWOTs analysis for DHS, crime victim compensation, and witness protection services and Office of Gun Violence. Invited testifiers, Mr. Antonio Emmanuel, Executive Director, Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the Honorable Kimberly Causey Gomez, Commissioner, Department of Human Services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Block 2 is a analysis on the operations of the Office of Gun Violence, also the division in the Department of Human Services that deals with crime victims compensation and witness protection programs. We have in the well with us the Honorable Mr. Antonio Emmanuel and Mr. Flamon as well. Could you please put your name and titles on the record?
My name is Bruce Flamon. I'm the Community Engagement Outreach Specialist for the island of St. Thomas and St. John's.
Tony Emanuel, the Executive Director of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you. Do we have any testifiers online virtually?
No.
Okay. For Department of Human Services? You're muted. Ms. Berry, you're muted. Can you please speak again?
Kimberly Berry.
There we go.
Chief Legal Counsel, Department of Human Services.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. We're going to proceed with the testimony of Mr. Emmanuel from the Office of Gun Violence.
Good morning, Senator Boquez, and members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other members of the 34th Legislature, guests, and listening public. And I want to congratulate you all for being kept in office. Congratulations. My name is Tony Emanuel. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share our outreach approach, progress, strategies, initiatives, as well as our department's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Our mission of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is to help prevent gun violence and increase public safety by utilizing community-based outreach approaches. Our approach is rooted in public health approach to violence prevention, recognizing that reducing crime is accomplished through collaborative efforts from local and federal government agencies, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, and community members. This public health approach to gun violence reduction does not replace, nor is that at odds with law enforcement, other government agencies, private businesses, or other community organizations that are engaging in outreach activities aimed at reducing violence or providing resources for our community. Its focus is simply prevention by addressing the systematic root causes of gun violence. Our gun violence reduction approach is a plan separated into 3 sections: violence prevention and violence intervention and community engagement. While recommendations are made in each of these categories, the primary focus of the plan is violence prevention and intervention. Community engagement refers to, violence prevention refers to elimination or reduction of their underlying causes and risk of factors that lead to violence. Violence prevention efforts are designed to prevent violence from occurring in the first place. Violence intervention efforts, on the other hand, are designed to prevent the reoccurrence of violence or intervene and prevent the imminent act of violence. Both prevention and intervention hinge on deploying services that identify and address age and context-appropriate risk and protective factors. Now, our community engagement refers to the elimination of factors that give rise to violence within our neighborhood, like poverty, blight, low-performing schools, disinvestment, and chronic unemployment. While community transformation is a long-term strategy that can take 15 to 20 years, if successfully completed, it can also be most effective at permanently reducing violence. In the meantime, our focus on addressing our most pressing issues are prioritizing our outreach efforts. Our goal is to implement a comprehensive, coordinated, territory-wide gun violence reduction strategy. This comprehensive strategy utilizes data-driven process to identify the individuals and groups at the highest risk of committing or being involved in gun violence and deploying effective interventions with these individuals to include more in-depth and intensive services and wraparound support. We have 4 components: data-driven identification of those individuals and groups of highest risk of violence, direct and respectful communication to those at considerable risk, intensive services, wraparound support and exposure to opportunities, and last, focused enforcement, which entails increasing enforcement on serious crime and violence. And now, on the last part, it is important to note that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is not a law enforcement arm or an organization. We do not investigate shootings, arrest suspects, or confiscate weapons. But for the 4th component, we rely heavily on our local and federal law enforcement partners for criminal enforcement as a piece of the enforcement, the comprehensive strategy. Most gun violence is tightly concentrated on a small number of very high-risk young adults that share a common set of risk factors, including involvement in street crews, significant criminal justice history, often prior victimization, and a connection to a recent shooting within the past 12 months. While the vast majority of people involved in shootings as victims or suspects are members or associates of street gangs, groups, the motive for the shooting may not be typical of a traditional gang war that you might think of in the States. Often shootings are precipitated by petty conflict, misunderstandings, simple arguments, relationship issues, or now the ubiquitous social media slight, where somebody feels like they're being disrespected and they come back and retaliate. When those shootings occur, the Office of Gun Violence team will respond and offer support where needed. It is not a coincidence that most of the gun violence in the territory occurs in neighborhoods with high concentration of poverty, blight, high crime, neighborhoods often with dilapidated properties, empty lots, potholes, crumbling infrastructure, broken street lights, abandoned vehicles, overgrown bush and trees, and other environmental factors that communicate to residents that the government doesn't care. Combined with poverty, challenges with the education system, and lack of opportunities, these neighborhoods become havens for violence. Despite these enormous challenges, the majority of the residents of these communities are law-abiding citizens trying to survive, and only a small fraction of the ones that live there are involved in the actual violence. These approaches that we plan or have in progress cannot be successful without the collaborative office of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention Advisory Council, which is established by the Governor, Albert Bryan. The Advisory Council consists of these collection of local and federal law enforcement and government agencies, local businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based groups that provide and resource for this outreach approach. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention team consists of 3 main positions on each island: the Survivor Engagement Specialist, the Violence Interrupter, and the Community Engagement Coordinator. Currently, we have a Community Engagement Coordinator in St. Thomas, Mr. Bruce Falone, and a Violence Interrupter in St. Croix, Mr. Damian Lang. These are candidates in the system, and there are other candidates in the system to be hired for the other positions. The Survivor Engagement Specialist, it will be engaged with community residents to assist those in need and work at connecting at-risk communities with appropriate wraparound support services. It will be critical to create affirmative community-led communication of support and sympathy to recent victims of violence and their families. Designed as an immediate response to homicide or non-fatal shootings to interrupt disputes or prevent retaliatory shootings. The violence interrupters are designated to engage high-risk individuals in efforts to reduce the potential for new or continued conflict, and uses community partners to build coalitions and develop strategies to reduce violence. Violence interrupters are hired for their credibility, relationships, and influence within targeted neighborhoods, and are trained to resolve conflicts. Violence interrupters engage with the community to learn about brewing conflicts and resolve them peacefully before they erupt in violence. If a shooting does occur, the violence interrupter works with those affected by the incident to prevent retaliation. And I'm going to add something here, that our violence interrupter in St. Croix has been very busy and active and stopped at least 4 retaliation shootings already and since he's been hired. The VI plan will be direct communication with groups. Gun violence intervention is rooted in direct communication with active groups delivered by a partnership of law enforcement, social service providers, and community members. The Community Engagement Coordinator will be responsible for creating and implementing outreach activities, events, presentations, and trainings while continuing to engage other partners, whether through regular shooting reviews, routine group audits, strategic enforcement action, custom notifications, and/or call-ins. The Community Engagement Coordinator will coordinate events with other community partners and be supportive of other initiatives aimed at reducing violence in the communities while encouraging comprehensive and committed partnership to ensure access to accurate intelligence and effective enforcement. So we're going to talk about our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. The strengths of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention is, without exception, its current staff. Bruce Flamone, the Community Outreach Coordinator, and Damon Lang, our Violence Interrupter, have been doing the heavy lifting and yeoman's work. They both hit the ground running, bringing their nonprofit organization outreach experience to the team and continuing to do great work and pushing innovative ideas to dissuade violence and offer alternative activities for our young people and to promote peace and unity within our community. The governor's strong support of the office and having created the advisory council brings government agencies to the table in an effort to reduce and tear down our silos between governments. If we collaborate effectively on issues that plague our community. The energy of the advisory council is that of hope and cooperation, making me very excited about the possibilities for successful outreach initiatives and strategies. Here again, I want to add that some of our private businesses like the McClafferty Foundation has made, great contributions helping families during times of trauma. Having that council is really a valuable asset to us. We are receiving very positive feedback from the community that we are serving. People have been contacting the office, offering suggestions, and thanking us for what we do. Other organizations are requesting our participation and supporting events and programs that are geared for anti-violence. As we've been saying recently from COVID, we are outside. My staff and I are about the work, for our weaknesses. My staff and I are about the work and not the credit for when something goes well. So one of our weaknesses is public promotion, meaning we're not very good at tooting our own horn, and consequently, many people still aren't aware of exactly what our office does. My staff and I have been featured on radio and TV talk shows, which are great opportunities for us to do that and get the message out. And we'll work better at that. And we're working closely with the Office of the Governor's information officers to get our information out and do more media stuff. Although most of our outreach, of course, funding is going to rear its evil head as a weakness. Trying to recruit and retain the best talent with attractive compensation is always going to be a hurdle. Luckily, we have folks that are dedicated to the mission, are in this job for intrinsic reasons and not the dollar. Although most of our outreach approaches do not cost much, finding funding support for some of our outreach activities and programs or assisting other agencies and nonprofit organizations can be a challenge. That's where we have to be creative. And amazingly, after having hosted several events, we have barely used government funds. We relied on the generosity of individuals, businesses, and other organizations to assist on making our events successful. Here again, that is another reason for the advisory council is so important. Our opportunities that we see are boundless. The possibility of changing mindsets, teaching young people and other people how to communicate with each other effectively and manage disputes without violence is an incredible opportunity. To give our young people hope and change their way of thinking that their lives are less than valuable and that they have a shorter life expectancy. We have the opportunity to make them feel loved and valued. Programs like The Greatest Show on Earth, Daddy's Day, Youth Talent Showcases are just examples of how we give praise and make our young people feel a great degree of self-worth. Working with other local and federal government agencies gives us the opportunity for us to access resources and support mechanisms for our residents, as well as outreach and law enforcement support for safer communities. Through education and training programs, we have opportunities to help make our residents employable, teach them sustainable life skills that can improve their own quality of life. This also includes connecting those citizens that feel disenfranchised or desperate for help or support with appropriate resources. We have the opportunity to reduce tensions between warring groups and prevent needless violence and bloodshed, create a community poised for mutual respect and caring for one another. Our threats, well, I've actually been told that I might get killed doing this job, going into the turfs, that could happen. Well, I'm not an adrenaline junkie anymore. Back in the day when I was a Marine Corps officer or police officer, that was my thing, but my approach these days is a little kinder and gentler, and our approach is from health and human services perspective rather than a law enforcement perspective. So I'm not too fearful of attacks on me or my staff. I believe people will know we are there to help and not pick sides. Our love for these Virgin Islands is strong, and there's no place on either of these islands I won't go. A more realistic threat is our inability to appropriate funding support for some of our initiatives or having the resources and equipment we need to fulfill our mission. We do have full support of the Office of the Governor, and I anticipate continued assistance and support from the Advisory Council, but there will come instances when we may be faced with the age-old question, how are we going to pay for this? You know, Bruce comes up with some really interesting activities and ideas, and sometimes I have to, whoa, where are we going to get the money for that, you know? But we're doing our best. Business is business, and not everyone in business is going to be in a position to always donate, nor do we expect local businesses to continue over and over to donate their money, time, space, services, or equipment for free. It's greatly appreciated when they do. The scariest threat for us is when we have mitigated some dispute and someone comes out of nowhere and violates our agreement or truce. It's almost guaranteed one violent encounter will spark some retaliation. We must pray we catch it before it really happens. So with all that said, we've been busy since March and busier since Bruce and Damien came on board with some of our initiatives and programs. I'd like to share them with you. Our community resource list, what we found out is that there are an incredible amount of people out there in the community doing amazing things, but it's not well known. People don't know how to get a hold of them, don't know how to reach them. They don't know that some of these organizations exist. I learned so much since I've been in a job since March. And so Bruce created the community resource list where we have this initiative creates an accurate list of resources to make available to residents and organizations to supplement support. The information helps the Office of Gun Violence Prevention identify nonprofit organizations that are providing similar services or assist those organizations in identifying clients or funding opportunities for those organizations as well. Creating Hope, this program is an outreach effort in partnership with the Department of Education, where we speak to young people that are of the belief they cannot change from their situations. Many young people do not believe they will live past the age of 25, so these individuals have lost hope. Staff of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, with assistance from faith-based groups, as well as other community members, go into the schools, give presentations on transformative life experiences. Members of our community that lived in horrible situations, conditions, and even lived a criminal life share how they endured and overcame those obstacles. Back to basics of citizenship. Over the years, each generation seems to be getting further and further away from basic morals, manners, and the ability to make informed decisions. This is an education outreach program in partnership with the Department of Education, fraternities and sororities, and faith-based groups, and members of the OGVP staff to assist other agencies, professionals with providing curriculum-based presentations to young adults in school that focus on anti-bullying, peer pressure, conflict resolution, and self-esteem. Save someone you love. This initiative is focused on stopping the bleeding. Reviews of most of our recent incidents indicate that citizens are putting gunshot victims in their personal cars and driving them to the hospital, which I think anybody would do. Unfortunately, during or prior to the ride, the victim did not receive any life-saving measures and bleeds out, consequently dying either en route or shortly after arrival. Those are not being transported. Those that are not being transported are typically losing too much blood before they seek medical attention. The outreach initiative is partnered with private business, health department, and fire rescue includes 4 steps: offer train-the-trainer course on combat medic procedures, train interested residents, shop owners, community center operators, housing community employees in and around the area according data seem most around the areas that according to data seem most affected by shooting incidents and how to manage emergency trauma. Place effective trauma kits in these areas that are accessible to the public. Periodically check the kits to ensure that they have the equipment. Basically, it means having a safety trauma kit that can provide a mechanism to stop someone from bleeding, save their life in all the different communities. And it will teach members how to administrate the first aid and stop the bleeding, which, you know, we think in the future of things is that if somebody in the hood saves a life, that maybe you may think, well, I should join fire rescue or fire or EMS or become a doctor. And get them working. Many residents feel desperate and disenfranchised because of lack of employment or ability to afford simple necessities. This outreach program is partnership with Human Services, Corrections, Reentry Organizations, the University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Labor, and Department of Education, and the Department of Personnel Center on assisting individuals in obtaining gainful employment through the workforce or entrepreneurship. Wellness in the VI. Oftentimes, residents are not connected with the appropriate services that can assist them. The outreach program, which is created by Housing Authority, is done in partnership with our office, the Justice Department, Project Safe Neighborhoods, the federal agency, the Virgin Islands Police Department, Human Services, and the Health Department. We participate in the wellness group that sponsors wellness days in different housing communities. We've done it so far in Hodge, Bavoni, and Oswald Harris. We've been very successful programs. It connects residents that can't really go around the island to have those services right there in their neighborhood, right on in their properties. Bags Across America, which we just did last month for Domestic Violence Month, is a national program focused on assisting organizations that support victims of domestic violence. Basically what it does is we collect gently used handbags, donate them, and then things to put inside of them, creature comfort items like lotions and perfumes and chocolates. And the ladies from the coalition, Women's Coalition, build the bags. And then when a woman is a victim of domestic violence and she goes into the shelter, the Women's Coalition give the women a bag, and it brings them some joy to a woman that's been in trauma during a very tough time. So it's a very, very well received. We collected almost 100 bags a couple of weekends ago, and they donate those to the Women's Coalition, and they give those bags to the women when they need them. We did it a couple of years ago, but COVID stopped it. And this is done in partnership with the Peace Officer Standard and Training, Women's Coalition, Delta Sigma Theta, and Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. National Night Out is a national program designed to engage the community by hosting an event that highlights organizations and businesses that provide services to the community. We do that in partnership with Law Enforcement Planning Commission, local police, VIPD, local fraternities, and we basically had a peace march followed by, a rally, some, motivation speeches, and then we gave them free food. Actually, I was the chef master. I flipped hamburgers and hot dogs and gave them out to the kids that were in the parade. A really, really nice night. We did it on both islands, St. Thomas and St. Croix. The Walk and Talk outreach effort is done in partnership with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Virgin Islands Police Department, Health Department, and Human Services. This is again done in housing communities where we actually walk door to door, almost like a campaign, knock door to door and have conversations with residents and see exactly what's going on with them. How can we help them? Are there some things that they need they're not getting? Find out what's going on with them and try to address their issues. The Greatest Show on Earth, this is one of Bruce Flamone's creations. At first I said, Greatest Show on Earth, oh my God, what's that? But it turned out to be a really good event. The Greatest Show on Earth is sponsored by the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, working with partnership with Antilles School, White Code, Property and Procurement, St. Thomas Taxi Association, McClafferty Businesses, private business, and nonprofit organizations. The Greatest Show on Earth fosters an opportunity for organizations, nonprofit organizations that are dealing with youth to highlight their programs and services. And it was a great fundraiser for the organizations. They sold their own tickets and they made their own money on the event. It was a very successful event, and I thought it was just heartwarming to see our young people get an opportunity to showcase what they were doing. Daddy's Day Out is an outreach event sponsored by partnership with Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Fathers in the Community, Department of Agriculture, Park and Recreation, Office of the Governor, Virgin Islands Police Department, and private businesses. This event is scheduled quarterly and is created and organized by the Violence Interrupter of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. The goal is to provide a safe, alcohol and violence-free environment for one full day. At the Ag Fair Fairgrounds, they have a big event. They have games and activities for kids. They win prizes. And again, we have food and drinks for everybody. The DJ playing, there's bouncies. It's just a really fun day. It was originally for fathers to bring their kids. And the amazing thing about the Daddy's Day is that we have individuals that typically are at war with each other come to this event and bring their kids, and while they're there, they're all wearing the same T-shirts and working and having fun with their kids without any fear of anybody mean mugging each other or being angry. They're so focused on what their kids are doing and having fun that there's no room for violence. And I think it's just a really wonderful event, and I'm glad that we're able to support and host it. The Group Violence Intervention University, it's actually coming up soon, which is Violence Intervention University, sponsored by the Office of Gun Violence Prevention in partnership with the University of Virgin Islands, UVI Cell, the National Network for Safer Communities, and the Office of the Governor. This is a summit and training opportunity for senior government agency leadership and those individuals designated to be intricately involved in delivery of the National Network for Safe Communities Group Violence Intervention Model, which is what we'll be using primarily to intervene with violence. A community outreach violence prevention trainings. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention goes out into the community and offers trainings and presentations to arm community members with ways to reduce conflict and best practices for dealing with violent encounters, as well as general personal safety tips. Myself and staff members and other professionals in the field offer classes and presentations on workplace violence prevention, conflict resolution, customer service, and active shooter response. Excuse me. The Virgin Islands Star Search Youth Talent Competition is something coming up soon. The Star Search Talent Competition provides an activity that will bring people together to promote, support, and acknowledge the amazing talent we have on our island. It also provides an opportunity for the winner to move to a national talent competition venue. This event gives our young people focus and teaches goal-oriented behavior and an alternative to negative influences or behavior. The Star Search Talent Competition is a collaborative effort of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Department of Education, private businesses, and nonprofit organizations. Radio show and public service announcement. This is in the works. We help to promote publicly, inform residents of the mission and outreach programs of activities of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and projects by nonprofits, entrepreneurship. The office will host a weekly radio program trying to get better at getting our information out there. The program will cover a range of topics that promote positive ideas for self-improvement, territory safety, and anti-violence. Other activities that we've been involved in is survivor walks and vigils with nonprofit organizations, survivor support meetings with Women Coalition, domestic violence symposiums with the Women Coalition, Put Down the Gun, Walk and Rally with VIPD, health and nonprofit organizations, safety presentations with Rotary clubs, Delta Sigma Theta, and entrepreneurship activity. In summary, the most essential work to address root causes of crime and violence should focus on eliminating poverty, improving the quality of an access to education, well-paying jobs, and improving basic quality of life issues. That essential long-term work can be and could be bolstered by efforts to demonstrate reinvestment in our neighborhoods through greening and cleaning, which research has shown is correlated with reduction in gun violence. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention is working to be a part of the change that can create safer communities with the territory and restore hope and peace. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your opportunity to share with you the Governor's Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Thank you. Attorney Berry, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Angel Bolkes, Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Honorable Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Vice Chair, committee members, colleagues, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Kimberly Berry, Chief Legal Counsel of the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, representing Commissioner Kimberly Causey Gomez, as she is traveling and has requested to be excused from today's committee hearing. The Office of Legal Counsel is responsible for contract execution, advising on personnel matters, oversight of the hearings and appeals process, drafting and commenting on proposed legislation that impacts DHS and its constituents, leading the Child Fatality Review Team, and administering the Crime Victims Compensation Program. Thank you for your invitation to discuss the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats as relates to the activities of the Crime Victims Compensation Program. The Crime Victims Compensation Program is comprised of a director who is an employee of the Department of Human Services and a commission with members from the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health, and DHS. The commission reviews and approves or denies applications and decides award amounts during its quarterly meetings. The director manages daily activities of the program, such as distributing and receiving applications, answering questions from potential applicants, leading the commission meetings, organizing activities to honor victims and their surviving family members, and distributing awards. Innocent victims of crime may apply to the program for financial assistance to help with unpaid medical bills, lost wages, funeral expenses, loss support for eligible dependents, and pain and suffering. Victims must file an intent to apply within 90 days and a final application within 2 years of the crime. The maximum award is $25,000 with limits within each claim category. The strength of the program has always been the caring individuals on staff and on the commission who are dedicated to providing a bit of assistance in addressing the aftermath of violent crime. The challenges have been an increase in crime and a lack of adequate funding. As we reported in our testimony during our budget hearing this summer, in fiscal year 2022, the Crime Victims Compensation Program reviewed 58 applications and approved 54 claims. Of the reviewed claims, the program approved $391,880.89 in payments. However, because of budget constraints, the program had no funds to pay the award. I am happy to report that since the last hearing, DHS has provided $208,329.83 in award payments to 73 individuals. Those included approved awards going back several years. Unfortunately, DHS will not receive any federal funds toward the Crime Victims Compensation Program in 2023. The federal government awards the territory a grant in the amount of 70% of the local funds awarded the prior fiscal year. Because there were years where no local dollars were paid out, there were subsequent years where no federal funds were received. I would like to take this time to thank Senator Bolkus for advocating for the appropriation and the 34th legislature for approving and appropriating the funds that should result in a federal award of $274,316 in fiscal year 2020. It is important that the territory not rely exclusively on the federal grant once received, because if we go back to not allocating and expending local funds, we will return to not receiving federal funds in the subsequent year. DHS looks forward to working with the Honorable Senator Bolkus and any other interested senator to draft legislation that will provide a dedicated funding source for the program. We are specifically interested in a mandatory Victims of Crime Fund paid by those found guilty of violating the territory's criminal statutes. That does not place too high of a burden on defendants who are often themselves indigent, but shifts some of the accountability away from the government and taxpayers in trying to make victims whole. We also look forward to having a more robust presence in the community so that victims know about the resources that are available to them. I am available to answer any questions you may have regarding the Crime Victims Compensation Program or other areas of responsibilities of the Office of Legal Counsel not specifically addressed in this testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Berry, and of course, thank you, Mr. Antonio Emmanuel. I thought it very important to bring both the Office of Gun Violence and the Division of the Human Services concerning crime victims compensation, because in the event that there is gun violence, the next stop would likely be the Crime Victims Compensation Division of Human Services. I'm not sure if there has been a good relationship or communication and collaboration between both entities, but if not, now would be the time to try to establish one. Whereas the Crime Victims Compensation Funding would be able to provide pertinent data to the Office of Gun Violence concerning deaths by gun violence, of course, in addition to family members who still are alive. We find that in cases such as these, retaliation, stress, grievance, the need for counseling, a number of factors exist surrounding the violent death of someone specifically from gun violence. So I thought that it was very important that the both of these 8 entities were able to provide dialogue here with us today, in addition to furthering their responsibilities and collaboration with one another. As we all know, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention was written into legislation in 2019, Act number 8423, and the mission is to foster community-based strategies and to help prevent gun violence and increase public safety throughout the Virgin Islands. In Puerto Rico and the USVI, we have seen gun deaths in rates that outpace the states, largely fueled by gun trafficking and illegal firearms. In 2020, the USVI was the second leading importer of firearms recovered by law enforcement among all states and territories. I know that the creation of the Office of Gun Violence is also to help assist, maybe not directly with trafficking, but however, the measures that you've taken and continue to take helps to reverse some of that mentality throughout our society. And I compliment the office for everything that they've been doing when it comes to the outreach and the education. Also, we want to be able to determine other ways that we can collaborate with one another to be able to provide the necessary grievance and counseling. So my question is there a grievance or counseling component to the Office of Gun Violence, or do you collaborate with other agencies to provide such things?
Yes, one of the positions is the survivor engagement specialist, and they're like a victim's advocate, basically. We work with VIPDs, victim advocates, advocacy groups, and any other non-profit organizations that are out there doing victims advocacy work. And to your point, the Department of Human Services is actually on the advisory council. So, Commissioner Gomez is very active in the council, and we have talked about making sure that we work together on all our initiatives.
Okay, excellent. So, how many, if I might ask, how many on the council?
Probably 22 people. It's like education, property, parks and recreation, personnel, Department of Labor. Did I say education already? Education, police, federal. It's a whole gang of them.
Okay. So concerning on the other side of things, employees, what are you having challenges there? How many employees currently?
Currently, I have 2, Bruce Lamone and Damian Lang. There are other people that are like in the process right now, so we're going to be filling those positions shortly. I did talk about how sometimes a challenge to get people to get the right talent. My slowness in hiring people is that I want to make sure I get the right people. And I want to make sure I get people that are really dedicated to the mission, that really have this work at heart. I don't want people to come in here just because they're going to get a job. And I'm putting them to work. So I'm very particular about who I share, and they got to fit in our program.
Yeah, and ideally, how many employees would you?
Totally complement should be 3 on St. Croix and 3 on St. Thomas. Now the legislation calls for the community engagement specialist, the survivor engagement specialist, and the violence interrupter, an analyst, an office manager, and 2 deputy directors. I don't really need 2 deputy directors.
Still a lot of growth to come.
Yeah, and I think, for right now, with having just 6 employees, having a deputy director is just I don't think it's fiscally responsible. I'm doing a lot of that work, and I may need an office manager because they're going to be starting to manage grants and moving folks around and processing equipment and property and procurement needs and stuff like that. So those positions are down the road a little bit, but right now we just want to get. We were very active. The governor was pushing me to get this thing going and get these guys out there on the road to do the work in our communities, and that's where we're focusing our energies. This first budget cycle, let's get these 2 guys out there and just pound away on the turfs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and before I go to Senator James, who is online, what efforts are you making on the island of St. John? Because I know that there's a lot of outreach taking place on St. Croix, outreach on St. Thomas, but I have not heard about any outreach on St. John.
Well, that's our next adventure. We have we did part of the talent show. We make sure we went over to St. John and try to recruit some folks to come over. So yeah, we've talked to. I've had meetings with some of the nonprofits in St. John. My brother's table or something like that. I've met with those folks. So we're making sure that we get over there as well. We're not gonna leave them out. Everybody's on the page.
All right, I'm looking forward to hearing about more collaboration on that side within hopefully the coming year.
Yeah.
And looking forward to collaborating with you as well. Senator James, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to say thank you for having this committee hearing today. Whether we want to admit it or not, crime is down in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I repeat, crime is down in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But my main question or focus here today is the collection of data. I played a role with Senator Jackson at the time when it came to supporting this measure. And like we always say, data drives policy. Ever since the implementation of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and you coming on board, Director, can you speak to the level of data that was collected, and have you complied with the section of the code that speaks to submitting a report to the legislature by August 31st of each year?
Well, we're working with the schools, working with the police department. We manage with when we're the University of Virgin Islands, the GVI University we're going is going to give us the template for how to collect data properly, and that's going to go on in the next couple of weeks. And we'll be training our staff up and training people in the VIPD and human services and health to bring that data to us effectively.
Okay, so it's in progress and no report was submitted as of August 31st?
No.
All right. How long do you think it would take for you to give us a report or an update on what's going on in your office?
You mean as far as what I've been doing? You mean the initiatives that I just talked about?
Yeah, that's the purpose of the mandate in the code when it comes to the August 31st deadline.
To get the data properly done, I would probably want to have that GVI, the Gun Violence Intervention University first, so make sure we're all accurate.
So let me make it very clear to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says in the Virgin Islands Code that you must submit to the governor and the legislature by August 31st annually a report setting forth the initiatives it has taken and the programs it has participated in or initiated. When did you came on board?
March
of what?
22.
March of 2022. So in fairness, I must say that you are fairly new. However, I know you accomplished certain things and it needs to be reported. But moving right along,
okay,
moving right along.
Not a problem.
The office is, yes. I know in the Virgin Islands Code, it speaks to an executive director, a district director, survivor engagement specialist, community engagement coordinators, analysts, office manager, and violence interrupters. What would you say is your main priority as far as the many positions that I just listed? Which areas are you focusing on to get individuals on board?
The violence interrupter, the community engagement specialists are our primary goals, and then the survivor engagement specialists, and they're probably going to come on shortly. Like I said, we have people that are in the process, ready to be hired. So to get the onboarding process sometimes can be kind of burdensome, but we're working through it.
And then in the Virgin Islands Code, it references that you must establish a resource line for referrals and counseling. What is the progress with that?
That's part of our process of the engagement, survivor engagement specialist.
Yes, but that's very broad and vague. As far as establishing a resource line, what are the conversations regarding how much it would cost to get a line? who will be the
Time.
one answering the phone? Can give us an update on that?
We have, like I said, for the most part, we're out here doing our work, trying to get an engagement, our community involved. So the process for resources, I told you we established the resource lists that we're getting to give people access to the appropriate access to appropriate resources. So we're working in that direction.
All right. I don't want to abuse my time because time was covered, Mr. Chair, with your leniency. Can I continue, or do you have other individuals?
Please proceed.
Okay. I want to be real honest with you, and I'm not being difficult here today because I'm definitely not trying to be difficult, but it doesn't cost much to get a phone line. Currently, what is the phone number for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention? Is it a regular phone?
Yeah, 340-227-1049.
So it is a cell phone?
Yeah.
And you're the one who's answering that cell phone?
Absolutely.
Okay, and as far as a possible website and Facebook page,
we're working on that. We have a Facebook page. We're in the process of building the website.
Okay, so in the meantime, do you have any kind of information on the Office of the Governor's website?
Just a Facebook page.
No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. In the meantime, while you build your website, do you have any kind of information in the Office of the Governor's website?
I don't believe so.
Can you work on that in the interim?
Oh, absolutely. Not a problem.
Yes, because we want to make sure that while we provide the necessary funding for this Office of Gun Violence, because I want to make it very clear, we took some blows getting this legislation passed because we felt at the time that it was redundant and we had other things in the Virgin Islands Code that speaks to what is being implemented with the Office of Gun Violence. So we want to show the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands that this is actually working. So can you just give us a deadline as far as when this resource line can be up and running?
Probably before the end of the year.
Before the ending of the year. And I'm going to keep going until you tell me stop, Mr. Chair. So as far as Damian Lang, can you...
James.
Say that again?
One last question, Senator James.
Okay. And as far as Mr. Damian Lang, who I have a great communication and relationship with, as far as his daily duties and when he came on board, can you provide that information to us?
Sure. He's been very active in the schools. Matter of fact, if I'm sure some of you have seen some of these videos of the kids fighting the first weeks of school at Central. They were having like 5-6 fights a day. And now they're only having like maybe one fight a week. He's been going into the schools. He's been talking to at-risk youths. He's worked with the counselors at the schools, identified possible high-risk youths, and brings them in separate classrooms and has conversations with them. We've gone into large groups, talked to the whole student body at Central, and we're going to duplicate that whole program at Complex and move over here to St. Thomas to do the program over here to our high schools as well. So he's been in the high school every day, just about walks the halls. He talks to teachers, talks to counselors, working with children, as well as doing the presentations.
And the latter part of the question is, when did he came on board?
I'm going to say about June? About August.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I do not want to abuse my time. I'm just kindly asking that resource line gets implemented. And lastly, when it comes to data, I'm really looking forward to seeing that data so we can be able to write policies and cater to the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And I have legislation that will be forthcoming in the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senate President, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory. Good afternoon. Mr. Emmanuel, a quick question. I noticed that the Office of Gun Violence particularly focuses on youth intervention. Do you have any measures for adult intervention?
Yes, we focused on youth because of the videos and the seems like the necessity to get into those high schools right away and start to deter that violence. But yeah, we have programs that are aimed at young adults that are also high risk in our communities. So another thing that to Senator Javon James's comment, another thing Mr. Lang has been doing is going into the turfs and talking to those individuals and trying to engage them in other activities and offering them how they can get jobs. So we look at our adult population as well.
Okay, thank you. Senator Alma Francis Heilegger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, central staff, everyone. I'm kind of direct. To be honest with you, I was not one of those individuals that was happy when the Office of Gun Violence was created, and I'm going to share with you why. I really honestly thought it was a duplication of bureaucracy. But at the end of the day, it's here, and I am a very fair person. So I am going to make sure that I pay attention, and I'm going to listen, and I'm going to see what comes out of the office, because the ultimate goal is to benefit the people of this territory. That's all that matters at this point. What is the main thing that you guys have identified is the reason why gun violence is so high in the territory?
Well, the main thing is that through our studies and the research that we've done so far is that it's a small group of people that are performing most of the crimes that are involved with each other. It's not rampant madness. It's just it's retaliatory, it's targeted, it's you disrespected me, so I come shoot you, and then your cousin comes and kills me. It's that kind of attacks on each other that we're witnessing across. And then there's those rare occasions where it's something just kicks off, like but most times it's targeted and directed.
And in order to showcase that potentially that the Office of Gun Violence is working, are you guys working with the police department or plan on working with them to potentially deal with the hundreds of unsolved murders here in the territory, especially those that are gun related? Because in order to show some type of success for me, we have a lot of cases that already exist. And the reason why some people think that why these things continue is because if somebody kills someone and gets away with it, what's really stopping the next person from doing it? And we live in a community where we literally have hundreds of unsolved murders. And how do you intend to tackle that aspect of it to really help with making sure that this division in office is successful?
Well, the cold cases or old cases, that's the Virgin Islands Police Department's purview. I got to be, very respectful to the police department. I know they're doing their best. We do work with them, but our focus is for the more immediate occurrences, prevention immediately. And
don't you think that solving unsolved gun violence
absolutely
would not assist with the immediate perception of, hey, don't go do that because we will catch you?
I mean, that would be current.
Okay.
That would be current. So yeah, I agree that if we can solve old cases, that'd be great.
1 minute.
But we don't. The Office of Gun Violence is not a law enforcement office. We don't investigate crime.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I said if you're going to be working with them.
Oh yeah, the police department is another group that's on our advisory council.
Okay.
So we've been very. Commissioner Martinez was very supportive of our program, and so he knows the system intricately. And so we're working very closely with him. As far as the old cases, that's for them to deal with.
I'm data driven, like my last colleague was speaking about. How do you think that once you collect all the necessary data that you spoke about earlier, how do you think that's going to benefit your office in resolving or giving the perception that gun violence should be minimized here in the territory?
The data gives us information into where our most current and most active problems are.
Time.
I hate to use the word hotspots, but
Okay.
the data gives us direction of are those people, who are our frequent flyers, who are the ones that are doing the most crime in our neighborhood. And then we collaborate with our local and federal law enforcement agencies. And first, we try to mitigate the crime and work things out. But if we find that the people that we've identified are at risk, are the ones causing crimes, and then they're not cooperating with our walk and talks and our program, then we turn that folks over to the police department to render the law enforcement piece of it that we don't do. The other thing I think that brings to your point is that, when we think about crimes and people there's a lot of detainees sitting in jail waiting for trial that's going on for 5 and 7 years, and the longer we wait to handle those things and move those court cases along and bring to closure those cases, that makes a problem because there's people directing murders from jail. So, that's another thing we need to work on, and corrections is on our advisory council, and we're working with that as well.
May I ask one last question, sir?
Please proceed.
Thank you. We spoke a little bit about your partnership in working with governmental agencies. What about some of the nonprofits? I know initially when this office was opening, there was a major concern about a lot of the nonprofits that do similar type work. For example, say Victims United. That's an example of one that did something similar. How do you work with them to ensure that these nonprofits that are out there directly, continuously touching lives on a day-to-day basis, continue to get the job done within this community like they have continuously done for years?
Well, some of our events raise money to help those organizations stay afloat.
Good.
So, we do that. We've been Mr. Flamone has been in contact with a lot of our, we created the community resource list that has contacts of nonprofit organizations and what they do in line with victimization, crime, anything to do with our office. We try to make sure that we're contacting them, and because we're not at odds with anybody else. We know people are doing good work, and our job is to help support them if they're doing the same thing, or collaborate with them.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time, and thank you for the responses.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Quick question. I understand that the office does its share of lobbying for philanthropic support.
For what kind of support?
For support for donations so that the office is able to operate or have events, etc. Is the office open to also collaborating with the Crime Victims Compensation Unit to help them as well? Because they're actually seeing a challenge concerning operations and having the capital available to provide to the victims of crime.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Is that something that the office would even venture upon to collaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're working with the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, which is also on our advisory council, that allows us to be competitive for grants. So we're trying to, fill in how we're going to get some of these grants available to us too, that will assist helping nonprofits or other government agencies in providing services for our community.
Okay, thank you. And Attorney Berry, concerning the applications that you receive for individuals who have suffered from this type of violence, what sort of data do you compile, and is there information that can also be provided to the Office of Gun Violence so that they're able to have statistics as well?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So we do keep track of the types of crimes, as well as the types of injuries and what benefits the victims or survivors are requesting. Listening to Mr. Manuel, I'm hoping that the Office of Gun Violence Prevention will put us out of business, because the majority of our cases last year were applications filed by survivors of homicide. The next largest class were non-fatal gunshot. So we are keeping those statistics on what type of crimes and injuries that we're seeing.
And Attorney Berry, could you please provide that data to this committee?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to allot 4 minutes to Senate President Donna Fred Gregory. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but listening to the discussion, I felt compelled to come upstairs. So I'm a suit and tie today. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's good to have you.
How y'all doing? Okay, and I'm a little hoarse, so bear with me. I listened to the conversation, and I listened to the conversation around data. I think 2 or 3 of my colleagues specifically asked about data collection. And back in, I would say, 2009, 2008, the territory received a federal grant that required the Virgin Islands to build what we call the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System. We call it VIVIS. And that system is responsible, should be responsible, for collecting data. The system is housed in the Department of Education. When I say collecting data, cradle to grave data. The Office of Bureau of Information and Technology worked closely with the Department of Education. All of the departments and agencies, Department of Human Services, Department of the hospitals, health as it relates to new babies being born, labor, VIPD, and the University of the Virgin Islands. All should be putting data into that system. Senator Sorrow and myself, we championed the legislation. I want to say we actually moved it in the 33rd legislature, and it was vetoed by the governor. And we did some more work on it, and we brought it back in the 34th legislature. So the Virgin Islands Virtual Information System is now law. So my question is, how are you collecting data? I'm very concerned when I hear that we're collecting data from here and over here. Data has to be collected in a very structured way. So how are we truly collecting data at this point? Where are you getting your data from? And what type of data? Because it's one thing to collect data, but it's another thing to collect data that really helps you to address the specific purpose for the the Office of Gun Violence. So help me to understand what we're doing, or what we intend to do, where we are now, and where we're going.
Currently, we get our data from the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Okay, so
how I would like to ask you, how do we access this virtual information system?
So then the data that you're collecting, see, and this is why I'm going to be just straight up with you. When we move this measure in the 33rd legislature, I was very concerned because of exactly what the conversation that we're having today. We cannot collect data from the police department. And we can collect data, but the data that we're collecting, we need to be dealing with prevention. And what's the other one that you're focusing on? Preventative and prevention. And in the preventative component, because we want to make sure, we know that we have young people, or people, let me just say individuals, that we've already lost, and they're now in the pipelines, right? But we have those that are babies that are in our kindergarten, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, 7th grade, that we need to make sure that we are ensuring that we save them from this situation. So if we're only focusing on the VIPD, then we're not effective. And that concerns me. If we're not collecting the data in a meaningful way, so let me be, and Mr. Chair, can you allow me? I saw that you allowed other folks to
Please proceed, Senator
Please
President.
allow me, because this is a very important conversation. If the data that we are collecting is only once a crime is committed, then we are not, in fact, being successful with our the intent of this legislation. So data should be collected from suspensions, all of those things that are happening in our classrooms. So the Virginia's virtual information system's intent was, once a baby was born, the information will be put into that system. When a child enters our pre-kindergarten or Head Start and their behavioral issues, the data would follow that child. So when he goes to another classroom, that teacher would have the ability to see exactly, so who's coming to my classroom and what are those challenges that I'm experiencing as to why Johnny is acting up. That's the kind of information you need in order for us to really have a prevention conversation. We are having a conversation when they're already at the VIPD level. That was not the intent of this legislation. Do you have policy? I think I had asked this question before. Do you have policy that you have written around the function of this office? What is the vision, the clear policy, the expectations, your 10-year plan, 5-year plan? I don't know. But what does that look like? I know that you have a staff that is a very limited staff as we speak.
Right.
But I think what's critical, if the vision and the mission is clear, then it'll help you to determine how you collect the information. Because we need to know that our babies are moving forward, and those that have challenges, that we are addressing them. For instance, as we speak, I've been working on a piece of legislation to prevent kindergarten through 3rd grade school suspension. So that's data. That data is currently collected in the Department of Education. You should be seeing what's happening there as far as our suspensions are concerned. And that's in a system that we have. We paid $2 million for it.
Our program does consist of having communications with the Department of Education and to get that any data that we can get out of the education, also with the hospitals as far as injuries, shotgun victims. So that is a part of the process. We're looking forward to our group violence intervention university that tells us more strategically how to collect that data. I'm really glad you brought this virtual information system up. I'm hoping that you can give me more information about it and I can access it.
We could give you the bill number, because this needs to, if we are going to get serious about just violence, crime, we're talking about gun violence, but just crime in our community, we have to begin to collect data in a right way.
I appreciate it.
So what's your relationship do you have with LEPC, the Department of Human Services, right now?
They're on our advisory council, and we have a good relationship. I mean, we communicate. We've done projects together already. So yeah, it's no
I'm just hearing, what I'm hearing is like the operation sounds more like a nonprofit entity that's working on gun violence in the community. We need to make sure that this is a government entity where we have data and you are not depending on folks to provide you with the information. You have the information, and this is what you're doing. EWA, are you familiar with EWA?
No.
Okay, so again, EWA is the pull-out program.
What does EWA stand for?
I can't remember what it stands for, but what I will tell you is it's the pull-out program in this district, but there's also a program in the St. Croix district. It's in the schools where if students are suspended or they continue to be offenders, continue to get into behavioral issues, they are pulled out from their high schools in particular, and they go into the EWA program.
So it's like an in-school suspension program?
It's
instead
not really
of leaving
in school.
home?
Sometimes they stay there forever, because depending on what their situation is or what how serious their behavioral issues are. So if you are not familiar with EWA, then we have an issue. What's alternative education?
Alternative education.
Yes, alternative education. There's one in St. Croix, in the St. Croix district. There's one in the St. Thomas district. So this conversation, it remains very concerning to me, because I don't believe that we are implementing the Office of Gun Violence, and we probably need to change the name. Seriously, this is I just had issues with it, and as I have the conversation, I know you're doing your best, so don't receive it in any negative way, but we have to roll this out in earnest, and I don't see where that is occurring, because you don't know that we have students that we pull out from our schools in the St. Thomas, St. John district and in the St. Croix
Well, I
district.
didn't know it's called EWA. I do know we have alternative school programs.
Okay, so who do you work with the alternative school programs in each district?
Well, right now we're focusing on our mainstream, but that's,
What's your mainstream?
I mean,
A mainstream got to be our students.
sorry?
The mainstream has to be our children. So what's the
Right.
mainstream?
Well, right, like I said, we're focusing, Damian Lang, my Vaughn interrupter, has been dealing with kids that are at risk, that have been identified at risk through the school agencies. We've been dealing with the
So let me ask Mr. Fleming, okay, he may know.
trying to reduce the.
Have you gone out to Iwa?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Have you gone out to the at-risk students that we have in our schools that are pulled out from our from the school system?
I personally have gone out and talked to a lot of the at-risk. I talked to the counselors. I asked them.
This is a building, it's brick and mortar, where these students have teachers that come in and teach them.
Yes. I've been to that many times. I've been there when I was also a school resource officer, and I went out to the school. Yes.
I'm going to rest this down because I'm going to say that my concern remains that we are not implementing this program, the intent of the legislation in earnest. This really needs a sit down and a review. It's outside. It's more than the advisory council. It's how do we really make this work? So we have to have a true cradle to grave conversation in order for us to begin to address this Office of Gun Violence in the appropriate way. Thank you for the leeway, Mr. Chair. I think you're on the right track with having these types of conversations as it relates to, crime and gun violence in the territory. So thank you. And thank you for your responses, but we do have a lot of work to do on this.
No, I expect your help.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. And I believe that the senator makes a very resounding statement concerning the acquiring data in order to drive policy and action for the office. Getting data from all the different agencies, specifically housing them in Vivis, should be a across-the-board government effort. I totally agree with that. Next, we have Senator Novell E. Francis for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Office of Gun Violence as well as Human Services. Thank you for your testimony today. And of course, we're talking about subject matter that's very, very near and dear to my heart. And I supported the Office of Gun Violence because I believe that truly, if we're going to get to the heart and soul of the matter, then we need to make sure that we have a dedicated office to address that particular issue. Well, when we think about the gun and gun violence, we can't help but to know that this is a demand and supply. Obviously, individuals feel the need to have a gun for self-preservation, for self-protection. So how do we dismantle that? And the only way that could be done is to be able to address the matter socioeconomically as well as psychologically. It also means that we have to work with law enforcement as well to ensure that they're providing the necessary protection so that individuals don't feel the need to be able to arm themselves for self-preservation and self-protection. So my first question, and I recently participated with the Versailles Police Department and their crime symposium and bullying. What is the collaboration that's occurring with the school monitors and the Department of Education? Have you been able to have any interaction with our school monitors? Because they have a wealth of information in regards to violence.
Yes, but on both islands, we're working with the school resource. Not only school resource officers, but the school monitors, counselors, teachers, people that have that working information. We're working very closely with them to identify issues at high target, high risk students, and break them down into smaller groups and have conversations with them, leading them to different alternatives. Anti-bullying, and we're building a curriculum to go into the schools and teach the anti-bullying, self-esteem, and those kind of classes.
Have you been able as well to look at our poverty situation within the territory? Have you been able to look at the areas, and have you drawn on your map exactly those areas that you believe that there's low poverty that may contribute to a sense of
yes,
violence?
we talked about in the testimony. I talked about seeing areas that were poverty-stricken, abandoned cars, the whole broken window kind of system. And we look at if we can help clean these areas up and change the view, we can probably increase their self-esteem and create a quality of life issue.
So how have you moved from beyond the conversation about how to do
1
it,
minute.
but really implementation? Was my time called? Go ahead.
Well, right now we've had going into the turfs and trying to diffuse some situations where people were going to kill each other. So we've been focused on that right now. But then down the road, we'll deal with the other issues. That makes us again, working with other government agencies, removing cars, doing the brush and cleanup projects that beautify the neighborhood, that kind of stuff.
So are you aware that we have individuals that have been repeat offenders, recidivists, in respect to possession of firearms? They got released not once, not twice, perhaps 3 or 4 times, where they continue to get caught with this firearm, have been able to get another one, get caught again, and they're able to continue to get out of the system and arm themselves. Have you looked at, and Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up. Have you been able to look, what's the cause and effect of such a behavior?
Yeah, those issues are, that's more of the law enforcement, our partnership with law enforcement. Like I said, we don't do that enforcement piece. That's really out of our purview. Even though I was a career.
Let me stop you there real quickly. I know that you don't do that part, but I'm saying that for us to be able to analyze the concept and the mens rea, the mental capacity for individuals, that they see the need to always arm themselves, because here it is that you're talking about intercepting and interrupting those type of firearms from being on the street. So I just from that backdrop is what I'm referring to, not the enforcement aspect of it.
It's when you're talking about individuals that feel a fear for their lives and they're going to carry those guns. That's a high hurdle to for us, even my staff, and Mr. Lang's been doing a great job of eliminating some violence. But we, try to tell a guy that, we had to put down the gun event rally on both islands, but there's going to be some folks that just aren't going to do that, and we have to realize that there are people that aren't going to do that. We have some bad people out there that are not going to give up their guns. They're going to continue to do those things, and we can try our best to deal with them. But the fact of the matter is, just there are predator people out there. You're a career police officer. I'm a career police officer. As much as I would like to say, yeah, we're going to go out there and take guns off people, realistically, it's not going to happen.
And obviously, my approach to that a lot of times will be then to perhaps work with these individuals to be able to get them a job. And put them to work, have them earn their pay, take them away from that environment that's creating that. Working with them to relocate them if necessary. I believe that all that intricacy could help to minimize the opportunities of those firearms, because when you have one person that's doing that, then obviously you have to think about the 5 individuals that they may be associated with that will also equally create that situation. Real quickly before my time run out, how do you believe that loitering adds or contribute?
What's the word you use?
Loitering.
Loitering.
Yes.
Oh.
How do you believe that contributes to violence or gun violence in our community.
Oh, it definitely does. And like for instance, you know, at the end of the night when the bars are closing or people are outside of these bars late into the morning, that's tend to be when we have most of our problems. Loitering is an issue, and so when, you know, what do they say, the idle mind is the devil's workshop. That's part of that problem. How that's enforced, you know, we'd like to get more enforcement pieces on that. We have hope the VIPD will enforce those loitering laws. That's the best that they can. But yeah, I agree with you. Loitering is a problem. Impoverished neighborhoods is a problem. And earlier in my testimony, I talked about cash in hand, where we try to match people in those areas with jobs and offer them opportunities. We're working with the reentry organizations, UVI Cell, the Skill Set Center, to teach them how to teach them a skill, make them more marketable for an opportunity, show people some basic life skills that get them more marketable in their own quality of life issues.
Very well, thank you. My time has been called, and I want to be respectful of time, but certainly this is a conversation that I love to have. And the fact that we're talking about a SWAT of this situation is, you know, we need to hear how this body could be able to support and assist you in your endeavors, because we're all in this together.
Right.
So, yes.
Can I ask, I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on what the director didn't mention. We are also launching a program called Entrepreneurship. It's going to be an entrepreneurship radio show. We have a group called 340 Entrepreneurs. It's about 30 young people. The youngest is, I think, 8 years old. She sells lemonade. She made about $10,000, I think, on St. John's. And we're going to launch that first radio show where they are going to be a part, and it's going to be sponsored by our organization. And we think that this is going to really empower our young people to have a voice in the community instead of just regular talk shows that you hear all the time. So we're going to launch that.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 340, you know, one of the concerns and one of the things I want us to make sure that we are not doing is engaging with the more affluent children in our community. When you talk about the lemonade, you're talking about the more affluent children. Mm-hmm. We have to focus on the students that are truly at risk. Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, we must collect data from our schools. Mm-hmm. Do you have information on the dropout rate in the Virgin Islands? Have you looked at those students who have dropped out in this territory, where they are and what are they doing?
We've discovered that most of the dropout is in the 7th grade.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I don't know the rate. I don't know the number, if that's going to ask me.
Okay, so that has to be an important part of your work.
Yeah.
If you should be working very closely with the Department of Education, that if a student is at risk for dropping out, y'all should be working with those students to prevent them from dropping out. Our dropout rate is the highest that
at
we've
the 7th
seen
grade.
it
At the 7th grade
in
level.
years.
At the 7th grade level.
I don't know what level, but
I do. That's what I'm saying. I don't know the number exactly, but I know the
But you need
7th
to
grade
listen to what
level
I'm asking
is
you.
where we need to
Knowing is half the
focus
battle.
on.
Mr. Emmanuel, let the senator
Knowing is
complete
half
her
the
thoughts.
battle. Have you touched those students? That's the question. Have you intentionally touched those students?
We've gone to that level of education. Yes, we've done presentations at Woodson. We're going to come over here.
No. See, you and me having two different conversations.
When you say touch, what do you mean? What do you mean?
So there is a dropout rate,
Right.
and that rate is aligned with names
What do you mean?
and addresses and parents. Have you looked at those students to determine, so why did you drop out? How can we assist you? Are you going to night school? Are you going to day adult? What are you doing? Otherwise we spinning wheels. we are spinning wheels. We're talking about these programs, but we are not addressing the root cause. We have to dig our heels in to the root cause of the issue that we have here in the territory. And if you have the data, having the data is one thing. What are we doing with the data? How are we aligning and touching those students? How are we talking to their families? How are we having conversations with them? Do we have a program where once you drop out, if they leave the island, because sometimes people leave the island, but if they're here, what are we doing? We need to know. Our students can't just be dropping out and we don't know what it is. We have to know. And your office is a good office to provide support to those students. So if that is not happening, again, I remain concerned about the implementation. And that's why it's so important for us to see the policy that has been developed around the work of the Office of Gun Violence in the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And by the way, EWA is, and I don't know why I didn't know that, because I went to that school when it was Madison School. It's called Edith Williams Alternative School.
What is it? What is it again?
Edith Williams Alternative School.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry.
One moment on the point of inquiry, Senator James. I think it's important, resounding or reflecting what Senator Fred Gregory mentioned. The question for me is, what is the data being used? What type of data is being put together to influence the implementation of the strategy of the office, and how is that data being analyzed so that the strategy implementation distinctly reflects solving the nuance, right? So what type of information are you gathering in order to create your strategy? And once creating that strategy, how are you analyzing the efforts of that strategy?
Well, the collection of the data will include going into the schools, getting information from the schools, hospitals, police, and then our community interviews. Our walk and talks gives us information. We collect data through initial conversations with citizens as well. So a combination of those things, and that's why it's so important that the upcoming Group Violence Intervention University is going to instruct us how to analyze that data. We haven't done it. We schedule it and we reschedule it, but it's definitely going to happen next month. So that will give us an office the tools to use that data properly.
Noted. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information. Or was it inquiry? I can't remember.
Point of inquiry, it is a twofold question. And I heard the comment made by the director, but I don't like the answer. And the reason why, the Virgin Islands Code is very clear as far as who should be hired in the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. It speaks to an analysis who specialize in statistical data collection. So if you hire somebody who's qualified as an analyst, I repeat, an analyst, there is no real true need to go through all this training and get input from UVI. So as far as a job description for an analyst, have you created that job description? Because that is part of the mandate as far as who should be hired in the Office of Gun Violence Prevention?
Yes.
Can you, through the chair, I would like for the director to submit to this committee, the job description for an analyst based on the mandate in the Virgin Islands Code for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And lastly, the second part of the question is, it speaks to a collaborative effort with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention and several agencies. And I can't list all the list of agencies, it's too numerous to mention, but ever since you have came on board, have you convened a meeting with all the respective departments and agencies mandated in the Virgin Islands Code for the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to see how you can create a roadmap moving forward to enforce these mandates?
We've had 2 meetings, and the Group Violence Intervention University is where we get together. We're all going to have the Group Violence University, and that sets the groundwork for the mapping of how the outreach project works through the outreach approach that we're planning on, the model that we're using.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that he's answering the question correctly. So I'm going to mention each name and you're going to say yes or no as far as if you met with them. Have you met with the Virgin Islands Department of Health Division of Mental Health?
For some mental health, no.
Okay,
and
so
other than the Human Services attends the advisory council meeting.
That's not the question. I'm going straight off of the Virgin Islands Code. You're mandated to collaborate and convene with the Virgin Islands Department of Health Division of Mental Health. The next question, have you met with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, yes or no?
Yes.
Have you met with the Department of Labor, yes or no?
Yes.
Have you met with Public Safety?
Yes.
Okay. So I need to follow up with the Virgin Islands Department of Health Division of Mental Health regarding what's mandated in the Virgin Islands Code, and hopefully you can convene some press conference or some seminar or whatever the case may be and invite the members of this body so we can have a collective conversation. With that said, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And before we go to Senator Johnson, Attorney Berry, I'd like to hear from you a little bit concerning the challenges that your division is facing concerning operations.
I would say that the challenges have been, thank you for the question, Senator, that the challenges have focused around financial resources, and that we haven't had money to pay the awards that have been. It's a small territory, and so I think we don't have any real staffing challenges, but being able to pay the claims has been a challenge up until this point.
Currently, how many are pending?
So we currently have approximately 15, I believe, or so cases that need to be reviewed. In terms of awards that need to be paid out, we are at about 183,500, a little more than that, dollars that we owe for claims that have been granted. We received our first allotment from OMB, and so we believe that we'll be able to pay those claims. Some issues that we've had are that some claims were pending so long because the program was unfunded for so long. It's hard to track down the people in order to get them their money, but we're working at.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll revisit another question with you, but at this time, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Emmanuel, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Are you linked with the National Network for Safe Community and John Jay?
Yes, sir.
How far along are you in the training? As far as how far have you reached implementation, any phase at this point?
It comes up next month.
And I must say, I'm listening to my colleagues' line of question. And in some cases, they are completely right with what they're asking and what they're saying. I did attend a seminar by David Kennedy at John Jay College in New York. And in New York, it is a nonprofit. It is a nonprofit. And when I was not in the legislature when this piece of legislation was going through, and I think we are looking for something totally different than what I know that seminar was about and what the gun violence program was about, and I need for you to help me along the way with this. If you're in communication or in link with the National Network of Safe Communities, what is your role here in the territory with this gun violence program, and what it's your guys' intent to come to some kind of a data, some kind of a information base, some kind of a prevention? What is your line of direction that you're going with the program?
Well, our connection with the National Network for Safe Communities is an outreach model that has been used across the country. And before I came in the office, you know, the legislation chose this, and the outreach is the model that we're going to use. In addition to that, though, we're doing other things that are community targeted and directed on our own, but that is going to allow us to be able to effectively use the data collected and spearhead how we target neighborhoods for intervention and prevention.
So do you all respond to incident or meet with victims and family?
Yes.
At any point this year, did you guys have the Red Ribbon Week activity this year?
Red Ribbon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the Red Ribbon.
You see, I as I said, going to that seminar in New York give me a total different light as to how this program worked in New York. Are you in connection with the pastors? You guys go out and meet with family members, with pastors and different, team players of this gun violence program?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've met with pastors. Pastors are on the advisory council. When we do have an incident, we take pastors with us to help with the victims, how they handle their trauma, counselors, human services, health department. Yeah. The object is to have a collective wraparound service to provide assistance to those that are in need.
So have you considered implementing a community violence intervention program, especially for our youths?
Youth and adults.
How many people are on your advisory council?
About 20 to 22 people.
Volunteers, compensated?
They're government agencies, some volunteers, private businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based groups. It's a collection. It's a whole collection of this community.
And may I wrap up with this last question, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
What are the other positions that you have candidates for? Like, what other position do you have need to fill to make sure that you fulfill this? Because you said that you're just about ready to implement a lot of your stuff with your training. So what other position do you have available in that non-gun violence program?
We have people in the process for the survivor engagement specialist and the violence interrupter on St. Thomas, the community engagement specialist on St. Croix, and the analyst and office manager.
So would you consider your program at St. Croix a hybrid of what is happening in New York?
No. It's like we see what went on in other cities, Chicago, New York, San Francisco, because the National Network for Safe Communities is a nationally ranked program. We chose it because it had a track record of doing some success of reducing violence and gun violence in those cities that had astronomical numbers. So before I was executive director, the decision was made to use them as a consultant. And so we're going to work with them and use that approach because it seemed to work. But here's the thing. we can do a program like they did in New York, but the goal from my perspective is to make sure that we do it so that it's germane to the needs of this community, to St. Thomas, to St. John, St. Croix, because the islands are, each of them have their own different nuances and ways that we operate. One thing might work on St. Croix, might not work on St. John. Something might work on St. Thomas, might not work on St. Croix. So we have to be flexible. We have to be sensitive to the needs of our community members. We have to listen to our community as they speak. When Mr. Flamone and Jamie and myself go into the high schools and junior high schools, we listen to our children because they have the information. We listen to what the teachers say. We listen to what the school resource officers say. We listen to what the school monitors are telling us that our children are getting involved in. We go to the turfs, we talk to the people that are there and see what they're saying. I drove through Grove a couple of months ago, and there's a kid walking around with a rifle BB gun. We have that issue going on. Kids are carrying BB guns that look like real weapons. And I've told them, I say, you're going to get killed, because somebody's going to think that's a real gun. So there's a whole lot of mindset stuff that needs to go on here that we're really working hard to get started and get involved in. And we've been doing it. We've been out there. We've been in our communities. We've been in our schools. We're doing the work. Yes, we're going to work better on it. I'm glad that Ms. Fred talked about this virtual information system, because that's really going to make my job a lot easier to get the information from one source. So that's great, but we need that information. That's why we come to the Senate. You guys can help us. That the information that you have, don't hold on to it. And that's what's happening. There's so much information out there that a lot of folks just don't know about. I just joined government recently, so I'm learning how to navigate my system through this. So the best information you can give me, if you really want to make me be successful, help me. Give me the information. I don't mind. My ego is not big at all. I'll take all the help I can get. I'll take all the suggestions I can get, but you got to give it to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director, you mentioned the issue that when you did an analysis, you determined that one of the areas of dropout for our schools is when individuals move to the junior high school. And I will agree with you. In part because I know that at one point I recognized that was a problem area. And in fact, I actually held a summer camp to focus in on those youngsters called Destined for Greatness, where we were able to prepare them to transition from elementary school to high school, because we know that once they got into that large environment, they had a tendency to be overwhelmed
right,
and fell out. But recently, and I wanted to really, broach you that this is, you can't just narrowly think about this whole issue of gun violence. It's a broad responsibility, even looking at truancy. Mm-hmm. Believe it or not, when we look at our truancy numbers, and recently, which was quite alarming to me, the Department of Education brought to our attention that when they scrub their truancy numbers, attendance numbers, they saw that kindergartners were the most absent from school. That is profound in my mind. Hence, so they don't drive themselves to school. So a lot of things happening there. Mm-hmm. So while we want to focus on the junior high and high school, we also have to try to work on those younger ones, and to turn their minds or to be able to keep them on track, because while they're home, what are they going through? What are they experiencing? So I say that to say that you have your work cut out for you in that respect, and to really, what mode do you function in? Do you see yourself as operational? Do you see yourself as analytic? Do you see the Office of Gun Violence as being, you just collecting data and sharing that information? Do you see yourself as administrative? What do you see your function as the Office of Gun Violence? Are you the implementers? Are you the one that serve as advisory to law enforcement? What is your mode of operation at this point?
I think, the best way to describe it is this office is becoming an octopus with tentacles. And what's growing is, there's truancy issues, which lead to parenting issues, which lead to economic issues. And then we have the violent issues that, people are retaliating toward each other. Is there a poverty issue? So if you throw all those things at me at one time, it's a bit to deal with. But I see ourselves, to answer your question, I see ourselves as an operational office. I'm not a sit in the office kind of cat. All right, I come from a long career in law enforcement, and I believe in operation stuff. I'm an action guy. So when my guys are in the classroom, I'm in the classroom as well. The data is important, and we're gonna focus on that. I've heard everybody. I'm not ignoring anyone's comments. I'm taking to heart that we need to collect the data, but I want to learn how to get it correctly. And we look at hiring an analyst because instead of relying on other people for information, but those things point us in directions. And so with that, armed with that information, we have to reach out and tracking down every kid that dropped out. That's a little daunting, but that means working with education. And I think education they just started a truancy officer program. So if that really gets underway and gets done, we will certainly, give the data to them and provide assistance if we can. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts. So we need to focus on our primary goals, what the legislature said we should do, and I'm trying to stay within that fence line and those guidelines as much as I can, without at the same time trying to be committed to the needs of our individual communities as they exist.
Thank you, Senator Francis, and thank you, Director Emmanuel. I believe this conversation is one that will continue as this concern and issue that affects us all in society is something that we've been trying to control for quite some time now. As I mentioned earlier, in 2020, we had some of the highest rates across the board, even with states in these small little islands
per capita.
And your office was established to help prevent or to curtail such actions in our society. And I know that it's a lot of work, but you seem to be the type of person who is persistent. But the takeaways from today's dialogue, I believe, are the importance of acquiring data, housing data, and analyzing data in order to drive the policy that you would need to utilize to run your office, so that we can see those numbers go down. I'm looking forward to having the Office of Gun Violence here again, so that we can hear more about what you've been doing. And by the way, when it comes to your outreach and education, I believe that you gentlemen are doing an exceptional job. There is a lot of more work to do. And I know that my colleagues and I are very passionate about having this problem disappear, hopefully, from our society. I would like to ask a question to Attorney Berry concerning crime victims' compensation, because once something happens, then that entity is the next entity that most people would have to deal with when it comes to losing someone by violent gun crimes. Attorney, let's dive into what you believe is operational, because I asked you earlier, for operations, everything is great. You have enough employees. However, the finances to run the department has been a part of the struggle that you've been experiencing especially when it comes to assisting the individuals who have lost someone through gun violence, because your entity, your division within Human Services particularly deals with providing that service to them, whether it's grievance or counseling, or perhaps helping on the financial side with funerals, etc. Where does most of your funding come from, just to put on the record?
So our funding comes from an appropriation that the legislature provides for our annual budget, and we make the request, and sometimes we are granted what we've requested and sometimes we aren't. That's where the majority of our funding is coming from. As I discussed in my testimony, we do receive a grant the next year from the Federal Crime Victims Compensation Program based on the local dollars we spent the year before. So some years we have had a federal grant based on the money that we spent. As I said before, we're looking at other means to fund the program so that we have a steady stream of income in order to award the grants.
Okay, and to be clear, there have been some unfunded situations for your division, hence you weren't able to provide the service that you're responsible for. Now, when it comes to your federal side, when it comes to finances, if you do not receive a local appropriation, then you would not be able to receive a federal grant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it's imperative that this organization try to assist in any way, shape, or form in order to provide your division with the proper funding so that you are able to be reimbursed, so that we can continue to put you in a better place when it comes to having the available funding to operate, correct?
Correct. We always want to make sure that we are spending local money so we can maximize that grant we get from the federal government the following year.
So hence, if we are able to do so for a number of years, then potentially you would be able to operate for a number of years on your own specifically.
Yes, that is the hope, and that's also the reason why we would be looking for a local funding source such as a mandatory victims of crime fund that comes from perpetrators, so that we know that we have local dollars always coming in. Now, that's not the end all be all, because it really, I'll say, for example, during COVID, where cases weren't being tried, people weren't being convicted, other programs around the country lost a lot of their revenue because there were no fees being assessed in criminal cases. So that can't be the only funding source, but it is one that we do not currently have in the territory that we'd be looking to institute.
And as you mentioned in your testimony, the rise in crime has additionally burdened your division. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that for us?
Yes, so 2022, the numbers did drop slightly, but over the years, the amounts of applications have gone up. And we think that's basically because crime has continued to rise. As crime lowers, we're hoping that we will get fewer people will need the assistance, therefore we will have less application.
Okay, so generally speaking, what would you say is the amount of from an operational standpoint for your division?
The amount of funds that we would require in order to pay claims? Is that the question?
No, not claims, because that can change at any given moment in time. I'm looking at operational wise. Is that something that
I'm not.
You're not sure? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Okay. Well, we'll consult on that because I think it's important that we understand what that number is. Because if you're not able to operate, then you're not able to provide the services, and of course, you would need the funding to do that as well. But for most part, I want to thank everyone for being here, the testifiers for being here, and what?
Point of inquiry.
Oh, point of inquiry. Okay. Senator James, point of inquiry.
Johnson.
Oh, I apologize. Senator Johnson, point of inquiry.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the director, how involved is law enforcement to include the federal partners? How involved are they with this gun violence program?
I have a very good working relationship with Commissioner Martinez. He's very supportive of the program. I'm involved in the PSN, which is safety network for the federal agencies. We have conversations with U.S. attorneys and the HIDA organizations, as well as other the alphabet soups, FBI, ATF, and customs, to include how we help to do the law enforcement piece. Because even though we're not a law enforcement agency, we rely on them when we go into that law enforcement side.
AFT involved in assisting you guys?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Francis, you're recognized.
Just real quickly, Director Emmanuel, in respect to the current legislation, is there any recommendation for a tweak or any amendments that you see is needed, as well as do you have any policy position that you would like for this body to consider in terms of being able to better assist and support the Office of Gun Violence?
Not at this time. We're gonna go with what we got, and we'll come back and revisit that and see how. I think it requires, any new program requires us running it and letting it run like the legislation has asked for us to do it, and then after some considerable time of doing it like it's mandated to be done, evaluate it, and then come back and revisit those issues.
Just remember I asked.
Sorry?
Just remember I asked.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I think we've had a very good discussion concerning gun violence and the effect that it has on our society, and of course, crime victims having to pull the slack when it comes to those casualties and issues. So I want to thank everyone for being here with us today and providing testimony and information to this body so that we can determine how we can also assist you. I'm going to give everyone 1 minute for closing statements, starting with the Office of Gun Violence and then crime victims compensation.
Well, thank you for letting me come before you and testifying and giving up information as best I could. Like Ms. Berry says, the homicides are down. I kind of almost don't want to say that to jinx anything that's going to occur, but we are down from the numbers from last year. But we're out here trying to do our best, and we will need the Senate's assistance, and we will be hitting all of you up for help on any of our initiatives and projects. So we expect you to assist us the best you can. Thank you.
Right. Well, I'd like to thank you, the legislature, for inviting us. And I kind of disagree with the senator. I believe in my heart the way we solve gun violence is with mentorship, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship. Once we have launched programs to address these three, I think this is going to change the face of the territory, because all of our parents, they come to me and they ask me, there's nothing to do here. There's nothing for our children to do. That's why we have embraced funding and helping these organizations. And so we'll see the end results. The data approve it. The data will show mentorship, apprenticeship, and entrepreneurship is the way to go. So I want to thank you for letting my little small part in this puzzle come together. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Berry?
Thank you for providing us the opportunity to be here today to discuss the Crime Victims Compensation Program. We look forward to working with the legislature and strengthening the program going forward. Thank you again.
Thank you, Attorney Berry. Thank you to my colleagues as well. We're going to go into a 5-minute recess. I will have the Fire and Emergency Medical Services next. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will go on a 5-minute recess. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back from recess. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 3 into the record?
Block 3, updates on SWOT analysis for VI FEMS. Invited testifiers, Darrell A. George, Director, Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Director George.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, EMS Coordinator. Sorry, did I get that right? Assistant Director, EMS, Evelyn. Good afternoon. Please recognize.
You're not afraid to come in right when he said that. You know that, right?
No, you didn't.
Of course he did. Yeah, get in. If something else was going on.
Hold on.
He was the one that said, no, say
online.
Chief Hyde.
Okay, here we go. We're getting there. Please proceed, Mr. Evelyn.
Good afternoon, Senator Bolkers, to you and your listening and viewing audience. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, sir. For those of you online, can you please state your name and title for the record? One by one.
Or
let's start with Deputy Hodge. Are you there? Okay, we may having some difficulty. Can you hear us? Attending virtually, can anyone hear us? Okay, we may have to go to a recess. They can hear? Okay, we can't hear anyone on this side. Please introduce yourselves by name and title.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Thank you. Next person.
Good afternoon, Shamineka Hewlett, CFO.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Robin Ellett, Medical Director of the IFIMS.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Clarence Stevenson, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Thank you.
good afternoon, Eustace Grant Jr., Deputy Chief, St. Thomas.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, David Hart, St. Thomas, St. John District Fire Chief.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, EMS Chief, Robert A. Bryan.
Thank you.
St. Croix.
Good afternoon, Clibert Titus, St. Croix Fire Chief.
Thank you. Is that everyone? Okay, thank
Good
you.
afternoon.
Oh.
Camila Clemens, Executive Assistant to the Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Okay, awesome. We have a full house here today. And I must say that I appreciate everyone being here with us today. I know that you are very busy when it comes to prevention, but nevertheless, having this opportunity to dialogue with you concerning fire prevention and services concerning your strengths, your weaknesses, and any threats to your department are most notably assured that we will do the best that we can in this body to help with those efforts. Director George, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator.
So good to see you.
Thank you.
I must say that when I had the opportunity to come out and be able to go to the fire stations to see, from the grounds perspective, operations and the buildings and the efforts that you have in the future, I know that you have a few challenges. However, I think that you're doing an exceptional job, and I want to see you continue to thrive in that effort. And I'm looking forward to hearing your testimony as well. Director George, you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
With your testimony.
Good day, Honorable Senator. Good day, Honorable Chairman Angel Bolkes Jr., other members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, Public Safety, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Darrell A. George, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, VI FEMS. With me today are Assistant Director of Fire, Antonio Stevens, Assistant Director of EMS, Lyle Evelyn, Medical Director, Robin Ellett, St. Croix Fire Chief, Cleber Titus, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief, David Hodge, St. John Deputy Chief, Clarence Stevenson, St. Thomas Deputy Chief, Eustace Grant, EMS Chief, Robert Bryan, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Shami A. Cos-Hewlett, Director of HR and Payroll, Ms. Barbara Brown, Williams-Brown. Assistant Director and I will provide testimony. All members of the executive team are present virtually and will be available for question. As you're requested by the committee, my testimony today will outline the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, the SWOT, of FEMS. Assistant Director Evelyn will follow with an update of the implementation of the EMS integration. To provide a context of the SWOT analysis, I will first give a brief overview of FEMS. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is the first responder agency within the executive branch, staffed by single and dual road firefighters and emergency providers. The agency provides response to medical emergencies, fires, hazardous material incidents, and other emergencies. It also prevents fires through code enforcement and education and investigation of origin and cause of fires. VI FEMS is organized into 4 units: the suppression unit, the emergency medical unit, the arson investigation and prevention unit, and the administrative unit. The suppression unit is tasked with the responsibility to fires and other emergencies, consists with single and dual road firefighters. The emergency medical service unit, EMS unit, responds to medical emergency and consists of single role emergency medical providers to include medical technician EMTs, advanced emergency medical technicians, and paramedics. The arson investigation and prevention unit investigates fires, educate the public on fire prevention, enforce fire and life safety codes. The administrative unit provides support to the other 3 units and perform administrative functions such as financial management, human resources, and procurement. VI FEMS operate 10 stations strategically located throughout the territory and provide supports to one another. After assessing the internal and external factors that affect the agency's ability to meet its mission and mandates, specific strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats were identified. A discussion of each will follow. Strengths. The organizational strength identified in the FEMS SWOT analysis includes strategic staffing, procurement of critical equipment, prompt processing of vendor payments, and timely processing of personnel actions. Strategic staffing. To address immediate staffing shortage, potential shortage from the retirement of executive, To address immediate staffing shortage, potential shortages from retirements, the executive team developed and executed a strategic hiring plan. Since 2020, hiring efforts have been concentrated in one district at a time. Once adequate staffing levels were achieved in one district, all available vacancies transferred to the other district to unfilled. Funding from the Adequate Fire and Emergency Response SAFER grant awarded has been used to offset some of the costs of hiring. Since the implementation of the plan, Some 65 firefighters have been hired territory-wide. Utilizing local funds and grant awards, VIFM has been continuously updating its fleet of emergency vehicles and procuring other critical equipment. 5 fire apparatus were purchased with the funding appropriated by this body. 3 have been received, are in service, 1 is in transit to the territory, and another is expected to arrive in December. 4 quick response vehicles, 2 rescue vehicles were purchased with grants from the Department of Interior Capital Improvement Project and the Technical Assistance Program. All 6 vehicles are currently in service. Other critical equipment purchased with grant funding include self-breathing apparatus, SCBAs, the device that supplies firefighters with air, and 2 cascade systems, which are used to refill air packs worn by the firefighters. VIFM's priority to prioritize the payment of vendors, and the financial team works diligently to ensure all payments process expeditiously. An average payment process is completed within 10 to 12 days of receipt of an invoice. The agency's greatest asset is its employees, and meeting obligation to them is utmost importance. As such, promotion, pay increases, and other personnel actions are processed promptly by the Human Resources Team, HR. All negotiated pay increases have been implemented, and the implementation of the hazardous duty pay for suppression members is expected to be completed by November 17. The area of the organizational weakness includes staffing and facilities. Staffing shortage consists in the EMS unit, and there's an immediate need to hire EMTs and paramedics. As with the shortage in suppression, a strategic plan has been developed and is being implemented. VIFM has obtained approval for 10 EMTs and paramedics in each district and have advertised the position through the Division of Personnel. However, due to the circumstances beyond our control, filling of these positions have been challenging. Recruitment efforts are ongoing, and the agency will continue to work with the educational partners to develop opportunities for the fire personnel to train to become EMTs and for current single-role EMT providers to advance to the next provider level, advanced EMTs or paramedic. In addition to external recruitment for the EMS unit, the agency will also focus on internal recruitment for the arson and investigation and prevention unit. Although the unit staffing needs are not immediate as the EMS unit, it is recognized that the staffing level are less than optimal. Facilities. Due to the condition caused by hurricane damage, the agency facilities have been identified as an organizational weakness. FEMA projects promptly repair, harden, or replace the station have been obligated or are in development. And VIFMs continue to work with disaster recovery partners and other agencies to move these projects forward. Internal factors have created opportunities for FEMs to create specialized teams for the marine response, upgrade the fleet, and improve data collection, and the agency is poised to take full advantage of each opportunity. As a result, funding appropriated by this body, FEMs have been given opportunity to create a specialized team of marine response. The appropriated funds have been used to procure the emergency response vessel for marine firefighting capability, and the qualified agency personnel will be recruited to join the team. Further upgrade to the agency's fleet to emergency vehicles have been also made possible by appropriation funding. 2 quick response pumpers will be purchased for the island of St. John. Due to the smaller size, these apparatus are being built suited for the island's terrain. As a first responder agency, VIFMs have used the territory computer aid dispatching system and electronic recording system for the fire EMS. These programs allow for more efficient and effective collection of key operational data, and the agency will continue with the Bureau of Information and Technology, BIT, and other stakeholders to fully implement them. Threats. While some internal factors have created opportunities, others have created threats or challenges. The specific threats that have been identified include a nationwide shortage of EMS providers and radio communication issues. As previously mentioned, it's been a challenge to fill critical EMS vacancies. A nationwide shortage has made the market for EMTs and paramedics more comprehensive, and the salaries for the position are proven to be low to attract qualified candidates. Despite the challenges, VI firms will continue the recruitment efforts. Due to the certain limitation of the land mobile radio network, radio communication, particular location, can be unreliable. BIT has been working with the agency to help mitigate the issue. But until long-term solution can be implemented, communication may remain a challenge. This concludes the firm's SWOT analysis and testimony today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Assistant Director Evelyn will now provide testimony.
Thank you. Assistant Director Evelyn, you may proceed.
Good day, Honorable Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, all other members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Lyle Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director of Emergency Medical Services with the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. I am here to provide an update on the EMS integration and the status of our activities. Emergency Medical Services is an intricate system, and each component has an essential role in a coordinated emergency medical care system. An effective EMS system comprises all the following features: 911 communications and supply networks, hospitals, including but not limited to off-island trauma centers and specialty care centers, highly trained professionals including volunteer and career pre-hospital personnel, physicians and nurses, an informed public that knows what to do in a medical emergency. EMS cannot exist in isolation, but must be integrated with other services and systems to maintain and enhance the community's health and safety. Since Act Number 8545, which established the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, was signed by Governor Albert Bryan on April 8, 2022, we have made tremendous progress in enhancing the EMS division. We obtained the Department of Health Certificate of Need, DEA registration, National Provider Identifier, and the VI Equicare Provider Agreement. Additionally, we welcomed 2 EMS chiefs, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, and an EMS supervisor, St. Croix, which complements the medical director and the existing team within the EMS division. EMS operates at the intersection of healthcare, public health, and public safety. A combination of the principles and resources of each is employed in the territory's EMS system. Since EMS providers work in our community, they may be the first to identify public health problems and issues. VI FEMS is comprised of the following EMS providers: emergency medical responder. Firefighter EMRs are utilized to provide tiered response capabilities in rescue vehicles. These rescue vehicles are designated to the fire stations that are not assigned ambulances. EMRs have the knowledge and skills necessary to provide essential life-saving interventions while awaiting additional higher-level EMS resources. Emergency medical technician, EMT. An EMT provides out-of-hospital emergency medical care and transportation for patients who access the EMS system. EMTs have the basic knowledge and skills to provide primary care and safely transport patients from non-emergency and routine medical transports to life-threatening emergencies. Advanced Emergency Medical Technician, AEMT. AEMTs function as part of the comprehensive EMS response under medical oversight and typically as part of an advanced EMS team response with a higher level provider. The Advanced Emergency Medical Technician is a link from the scene to the emergency healthcare system. Paramedics are assigned to an ambulance and a quick response vehicle to respond to 911 calls. The paramedic is an allied health professional whose primary focus is to provide emergency medical care for critical and emergent patients who access the emergency medical system. This individual possesses the complex knowledge and skills necessary to provide care and transportation for emergent patients. Since 2019, we have implemented scheduled EMS training for our firefighter personnel. We currently have 80 EMS providers within our territory. This number includes a combination of dual-role firefighter EMS providers and single-role EMS providers. The VI-FEMS leadership team incorporated 5 strategic plan pillars to enhance EMS response, service quality, stewardship, teamwork, and growth are the 5 pillars. Service is a passion of VI-FEMS, and we looked at the need to improve service delivery. Deployment is not just moving VI-FEMS units around to cover the areas that need to be filled. The goal of VI-FEMS is to provide excellent service to USVI residents. Quality of care goes beyond how the patients are treated and includes getting to patients quickly. Stewardship is essential for VI-FEMS because giving a monetary value to change helps show a measurable result on plan modifications. The next pillar, teamwork, is required to implement and manage EMS resources efficiently. The last pillar, growth, is essential for VI-FEMS because innovations and studies are consistently taking place to improve pre-hospital medicine from emergency medical dispatchers to the paramedics that arrive on scene to treat patients. Another critical aspect of growth is looking for growth trends in our population, identifying where additional units may be needed, and looking at the potential need for specialized transport. With the growth in mind and to augment the existing ambulance stations, we have positioned a full-time ambulance at the Emil Henderson Fire Station in Frederiksted, the Canigata Fire Station in Christiansted, and at Romeo Company in Coral Bay, St. John. We are projected to position an ambulance in the western end of St. Thomas later this year. Several medical emergencies require prompt response, evaluation, and treatment. As a few examples, some of these emergencies are as follows: gunshot wounds, severe asthma, heart attacks, traumatic shock, foreign body air obstruction, and true obstetrical emergencies. The optimum treatment varies from a telephone-assisted maneuver by bystanders to treatment in a specialty care center for complex surgery. VI-FEMS has an opportunity to clarify and improve standards and develop a more coordinated, informed emergency response system suited for all types of emergencies. Crucial advances have been made in developing the dispatch capabilities to identify, predict, and assign appropriate field resources to a given request for medical assistance accurately and efficiently. The challenge is now for VI-FEMS leaders and medical oversight to determine what resources must be sent, at what speed, and with what precautions to care for specific types of pre-hospital medical problems optimally. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Assistant Director Evelyn. Before we proceed into a 5-minute round of questions, I had a quick question concerning the EMS. Have you tried to determine through perhaps even Director Farrell Veterans Affairs to try to locate or target any veterans who are returning from service who may still want to work that are EMS certified in order to help fill the gap.
Like leaving assistant director of EMS. No, I have not, but I'll put it on my to-do list.
Okay, I think that's still generally could be a pool of talent, if I can call it that. Whereas, we have, in our society, we have people, when they get older, I want to stop walking, a body in motion stays in motion, right? So we know that, we come from the Caribbean and we have a lot of, strong people here. So I'm hoping that hopefully you could find some individuals who are returning from service to help fill that gap. I'm not sure if you would still have the same particular training requirements for them because they're already certified as an EMS, in the military or whatever, but it potentially could be a good fit for the fire service EMS. Concerning Grove Place Fire Station, how soon, Director George, how soon do you believe you'll be able to move to your temporary location in order to start seeing some of that build out?
Director George, as Director of the Fire Service, right now we're waiting for the PO to come back for the demolition. The team is internally doing the build out for other location to remove those from Grove and move them to the new location. That's ongoing. We're shooting for the beginning of January to do that demolition. That's my goal. If circumstances arise, we gotta push it back again, but the goal is January.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're gonna go to Senator Novell E. Francis for his 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the VIFMs.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your testimony. Director George, you look like every time you come to the legislature, you got throat problem.
Son, I can't tell you.
You gotta stop screaming so much.
Look, so just over the weekend.
I know you had a big election, so you spent a lot of energy on that election, huh?
A lot.
Anyway, on the serious side, I really want to, today the committee is doing a SWOT analysis of the VIFMs, and I want to thank you and congratulate you.
Please hold the senator's time.
I want to thank you and the fire department, the emergency medical service for your strengths, and certainly to ask you very quickly, in the areas of your weaknesses, what are you doing to resolve some of those weaknesses?
Well, in the testimony I mentioned, we're doing a comprehensive recruitment plan through our HR division. We have hired 2 individuals so far. We have hired 3 on St. Croix. 2 of them are supposed to start the 21st of November on St. Croix. We plan to do with, I just spoke with Director Richardson of DOP about doing a recruitment drive online. As you know, we have a large pool of PAFOD personnel here. That's the national trend right now because most counties are lacking providers. So what we want to see, what we can do internally, locally, with the training that we're planning to put in place with our firefighters and external training through the Whitley Skill Center, UVI, cells, we're partnershiping with them and some other program, and at the same time do that recruitment program through DOP.
Okay, so the issue of recruitment, obviously we want to do that, but I know that there's a number of local individuals. Fire department is one of those areas that people are always interested in joining, so we want to exhaust and explore that as much as possible as well. Hazardous duty pay,
the 17th, the final group we get that's this payday coming. The first group got it last week, Senator. As you know, in the legislation, they said give them us 180 days. The budget you guys have, the senators put the funding for the hazardous duty pay in a 23 budget that was put online, and we started to implement.
Okay, so
whatever back pay we owe them, that will happen
be
from
taken care
them.
of as well.
I know there's a controversy out there that we should have been paying them from April 9th, which, as they read the legislation said effective 180 days. So that's one of the things we're going back and forth with some of the employees with. But you know the legislation. And,
well, my in terms of legislation, my understanding was the 180 days was for the implementation plan. To be able to address it, the hazardous duty pay should have been implemented. But we'll look at the legislation. If in fact we need to fund whatever that retroactivity will be, then we need to know that, and we'll address that. But the intent, all intent and purposes, at least from the legislation that I put forward, was to be able to compensate those individuals once the governor had executed the legislation. All right, so maybe interpretation may be a challenge, and maybe there's some tweaking that may be required, but we don't want to really fight our firefighters and EMTs on that particular issue, and we'll address it in the due time. Promotions, promotions are also on target.
Promotions have been going rapidly. Right now, we have promoted more individuals in the fire service in the last 3 years for the last 20 years. The list them has been exhausted twice. So every time a vacancy comes available, we have been filling the vacancies. The last vacancy we just filled was a corporate position at St. Croix.
1 minute.
Right now, all the vacancies that we had are filled until the retirement of individuals in December.
Okay. What about attrition? What is your attrition rate looking like? How many people are slated to retire over the next year or so?
But Senator, I am proud to say that, the men and women of fire service had really stick by this management team, and many of them have stayed on board and helped us build out the integration and build out the department. I think we're going to lose about 10 individuals. I think 2 captains, a lieutenant in St. Thomas, and several firefighters. St. Croix, we might lose 1 lieutenant, I think, or a captain, and a couple firefighters. But it's no big loss like I thought we would have had when we came in 2019, when everybody was saying they're leaving. I think that we have shown them our support and given them our support and done the things that we needed to do.
Mr. Chief, I got two or three more questions real quickly.
Please proceed.
Okay. In respect to the jaws of life and the extrication tools, those equipment there's up to date?
Yes, Senator. We just ordered some more. These are new handheld tools that we're ordering for St. John. We plan to order some more. We're going after the TAP grant this year again, see if we could get some funding through that to order some more extrication tools.
Very well. And if I could go to Assistant Director Lyle real quickly. In respect to Evelyn, no disrespect there. In respect to the integration, how is that going?
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS. It is going really well. We are making great progress in terms of training, hiring EMS providers, but most importantly, we have coalesced the single role EMS providers into the VI Fire and EMS, and they are part of the team, and we keep them involved, we keep them informed of the process. Our goal is to continue to improve things, but we're trying to train our firefighters to be EMS providers, but the integration has been going well.
And you mentioned about placing an ambulance in the Fortuna West Side. Do you have a timeline in which you intend to do that?
So not so much in the Fortuna West Side. We're looking more like around the airport at the crash house. We're in negotiations right now with the Port Authority for that, especially during the heightened cruise ship season.
Okay, so there's actually one in Fortuna right now, right? There's no ambulance in that area?
Not an ambulance, but we have EMRs, but not an ambulance there right now.
Ambulance. Okay. So you're considering to move that down a little bit, Mr. Chairman. Wrap up right now, all right? Are you moving down a little bit more towards the fire, the crash house area?
That's our goal.
That's the goal.
That's our goal, to cover the west end of the island. So we'll have three ambulances in the St. Thomas.
Okay.
So one of the key elements, Senator, down in Fortuna right now, we have a modular. The other bay that was there is damaged, so we only have one bay. We have gotten approval from FEMA. We're waiting on the final verdict to rebuild Fortuna. Once that is built, the plan down the road is to provide EMS service in the Bordeaux area, Fortuna area.
Okay. Very well. Thank you for your responses. And if there's a second round, I just have a few more, just a couple more questions to ask. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Director George, concerning the hazardous pay, do all of the firefighters within your division, do they receive hazardous duty pay?
No, Senator.
Okay.
In the legislation, the prevention unit was left off, so they're the only persons do not receive hazardous duty pay.
Okay. Do you know why that would be?
No, I don't know, Senator.
Okay.
We're in contract negotiations now, and one of my thought processes, I don't know if it's legal or not, is to stipulate they get hazardous duty pay in the negotiation.
Okay, I guess I would assume that they would fall under that category, but that's something to be revisited
Yes.
to try to figure out why that is. Concerning premium pay, does the fire department also get premium pay?
Yes, some firefighters will get premium pay. That we have already submitted all the names to the agency that is responsible, and it's just waiting for the implementation.
Okay, you said some. Would that also exclude hazardous? I
No,
apologize.
the issue
Sorry,
with that.
no, I apologize. Let me restate. Does that exclude fire prevention?
Not that I know of. No, the only person that were excluded that individual that make over $70,000.
Okay. Okay. Concerning succession planning, do you have anyone that's going to be retiring, whether it's this year, next year? Has a replacement been designated, or looking at a replacement for those positions?
We always look. Well, it's a promotional list that is on the board. As a vacancy comes available, we fill them out for the list. We have requested the test be given for captains and lieutenant. We are waiting personnel approval to do that. Once the lists are approved, the vacancies are filled.
Okay, thank you. And as for rescues, they sort of collaborate with the fire department.
Yes.
And they also have a fire truck?
They have a truck, but I think it's a rescue / fire truck they got from some off island.
Is that an active vehicle when needed in the event that the fire service needs to collaborate with rescue? Is that something
they use it? Yes, they use it. But we have equipment that we have purchased to be the first responders, and if we need more help, we request rescue.
Okay, and the Marine Division, I'm very curious about how that's going to work. Will it be for marine-based, solely for marine-based fires, or will it also be to facilitate just quick access to an area in order for...
So you as a St. Junior know, Senator Bulkis, that the ambulance boat is now under my preview. So having a marine unit is optimal, because right now the ambulance boat is under our preview, and we know we're running into challenges with captains and stuff. Within the fire service, we have at least 5 to 6 captains. So utilizing a stipend in the department to utilize those individuals for the marine, fire marine, and the medical marine unit, it just comes as a merge as one. So we will have enough personnel, and we're hiring a coxswain right now to fill that vacancy, avoid that happen in a tragic death of one of the individuals at St. John. So that should be filled very soon, and we're looking at creating another position for another captain to make sure we have enough captains on board for the boat vessels.
Well, I know for a fact that you have one of your deputy chiefs definitely is a captain.
Yes.
And I'm sure he may be willing to assist.
He will be leading up the team anyhow. Yeah, he'll be leading up the team.
I suspected that. We're going to move forward to Senator Alma Francis Heilegger for her 5 minutes. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, testifiers, people of the territory. My first set of questions has to do, I remember we had some conversations before where there were some concerns with individuals and taking testing in a specific time frame, or they might have to be terminated.
Yes.
What's the status?
Tomorrow begins the refresher.
Okay.
To complete. After this completion, that's it. Stands will be taken. But we're working with them we think that it's going to happen.
They're going to make it
Yes,
through?
this time we have brought in some new trainers, and we're confident with the help that is being given to them internally by our chiefs and Mr. Evelyn. I think we have a successful program after this training.
Okay, excellent. I know there were several suspicious fires that happened in the territory, and I know you guys said the federal government, et cetera, was involved. What's happening with those fires? Because I myself in the community are a bit curious because it's been years for some of them. What's the status?
Chief Hodge, you want to chime in on this one since you lead prevention unit?
Good afternoon, Chief Hodge. You use the word suspicious, but actually we have gotten verbally from the federal government, from our ATF partners, that some of these fires, I don't have the list right in front of me, but some of these fires have been either undetermined or accidental. When we use the word suspicious, it gives a negative connotation to the public. But we're just awaiting a written report from ATF agents.
Okay, so as far as you're concerned, you don't know if it was something malicious or not because it's undetermined. And as for some of them, they were accidental.
Correct.
Okay.
And that is from our ATF agents along with our investigators.
And when do you anticipate a full reporting on this based on outside of the conversations you guys have been having? And will any of this information be available to us or the public so we could also read or understand what was happening? Because, you know, during that time period, it was a grave concern that we were just seeing fire after fire, popping up around that time period. So is that information going to be available to us?
We hope to have that information by year's end. Okay. As you know, our ATF partners, they are not focused, or the Virgin Islands is not the only investigation that they have going, but we have been in contact with them, whereas we have expressed our importance in getting this information to the people that needs to know.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm big on grants. I'm a firm believer in utilizing as much opportunity as we can to get money and utilize it to help the territory. So what are some of the things that we've kept up with? I know I was listening to some of your testimony, but are there any specific grants you guys would want to go after to really, really help your department or agency?
My excellent grant writer will speak on that, Ms. Hewlett.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Shaman Akers Hewlett. So we are going to go after the TAP grant and the two DOI grants, which is the MAP grants and the TAP grant. Mm-hmm. And those we got last year, or the year before, last year, yes, to buy the Cascade units and to buy fire trucks. And we're going to go after those again this year. And we're going to see if the CIP award grant is still available and do that one too. Any grant that comes up, we usually apply for
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I was able to attend one of the graduations the other day where fire persons graduated. Have we gotten to the point where, do you think we have enough in the territory, or you think we need more? Do you need additional?
That's a loaded question. That's a loaded question.
You said it's loaded? Because at some point, I'm looking at our population. What percentage of ratio that we would need for a specific department or agency in comparison to what's needed? And that, I'll phrase it that way.
So using our model here in the territory, we work with minimum money. Okay. To keep costs down, and that's been our problem for the last 20 years. Mm-hmm. So what we do, this team have not allowed our staffing to go under a certain amount. So what we do is every squad we try to keep it at the maximum threshold, so we could have enough personnel in the stations. That's why we do the strategic hiring. So this year, what we plan with the vacancies that are still allowed is hire 10 more at St. Croix, 10 more at St. Thomas. That should give us a cushion for anybody now that is looking to leave. At the same time, trying to ramp up our EMT processes to those individuals who are working right now. We want to get them up to the paramedic or the advanced level and start plugging some of these younger firefighters into the EMS section so we can now get rid of that cars that we have car parked.
Okay, excellent.
That's the plan that the team has.
And you think that plan would be most effective?
We think so.
Okay. Thank you so much for the answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Assistant Director Evelyn, concerning response since merging, can you tell us a little bit about the response times, what they've now become, and how effective has it been in saving lives?
Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of EMS, VI Fire and EMS. So that's a great question. And I'm thinking about Coral Bay St. John for now. Louisa is a good example where initially when there was a medical emergency in Coral Bay St. John, we had firefighter EMTs, but they could not transport. They just went there and stabilized, and they had to wait maybe 30 minutes for an ambulance from Cruz Bay to transport a patient from Coral Bay to Marraketing. So right now with an ambulance being there, you do the math. They can get there within 10 minutes and then directly transport the patient to Marraketing. And that's a big difference right now. That has never happened before. That's unprecedented for us in the St. Thomas, St. John district. We have 3 ambulances in St. Croix consistently. We have our EMS chiefs in quick response vehicles responding. So response time has been less than 10 minutes in most situations. Now we can't control a perfect storm where you have 3 ambulances and have 10 calls pending. That can happen, but for the most part, I like to use St. John as a good example. How the response time has decreased tremendously because of that ambulance being there.
And how many calls, well, I know it differentiates between islands, but if it's possible, how many calls are you responding to specifically on EMS on a daily basis?
Average is about, per district, 300 a month, approximately. So territory is about 6,000. That's our average right now.
And that 6,000 is per year?
Per year. About 300 per month per district, and it's about 6,000 per year, approximately, for the territory.
And you've relatively seen what I could call a 50% or more decrease in the response time.
I would say that if you factor in Coral Bay St. John and you factor in the fact that we have 3 ambulances in St. Croix now, and a 3rd one is going to be in place in St. Thomas coming soon, and we have our EMS chiefs and supervisors assigned to quick response vehicles. Whenever there's a surge of calls, these chiefs go out and they respond. They have their vehicles purchased by the Department of Interior, grant monies again, and they are fully equipped and they can respond and stabilize while the ambulance is en route to transport. So it's a perfect model. That's what we've been saying for the past 3 years. This tiered response system is now playing out in the reality of what we've been saying for the past couple of years.
I'd like Chief Brian to chime in and St. Croix to give you some more perspective. Chief Brian?
Yes, good morning to you all, Senator Wilkes and the committee. Just want to also chime in, and it can't be disregarded that the fire department is actually doing what we see stateside, whereas when we do have surges of calls, we have the EMR firefighters and EMT firefighters actually responding from fire trucks and doing a myriad of things, controlling traffic, assessing the scene, reporting back, and making sure that no one is having any life-threatening emergency that is not being attended to. Just this alone has also reduced the response time, allowed the ambulance a little extra time to get there and make a difference in someone's day. So I just wanted to say also, with the integration, I want the listening public to know that having a fire truck show up on scenes is the normal. It's the new normal here, as it is the normal in stateside. And what you'll see, the fire departments, the crews over here have been responding to basic car accidents, for example, and making sure that everyone is safe and any medical treatment that is needed is actually effectuated, as well as responding to events that we are having Over here on St. Croix, you know, we have the carnival season coming up, and the fire department, firefighters, sole providers, dual role providers are all going to be working in concert to ensure that we have a safe holiday season.
So one of the things, Senator Bulkins, I just want to bring to your attention. Several weeks ago, there were some folks on the radio complaining about a response. And the team and I, we looked at that day specifically. We had 8 calls in 20 minutes in St. Thomas. What we had to do, the ambulance were moving patients and the fire trucks went out and assessed the patients, call back, give an update. And as the situation was occurring, the chiefs were responding. Chief Adams was responding. Mr. Chesterfield were responding. So it worked to the model that we created and is working how we think it should work. And I must commend the team for really coming together and really understanding the vision that what we want to do with this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Director George. And in those specific cases when you're quote-unquote bombarded, how many response vehicles do you have in every station? Is it 1 per station or?
Well, right now we have 2 ambulances running in St. Thomas, St. John District and Chief Adam in a quick response. And St. John, we have 2 ambulances plus the 4 stations with trucks at each station. So we have crews can respond and stabilize patient with EMRs. It depends on the crisis that comes in. If it's a heart attack patient, we're going to dispatch the ambulance first. If it's a small issue, the fire truck will go.
Noted.
So with all these cars that came in, the dispatchers did an excellent job that day by dispatching to the critical need that day. And where we needed more assistance, the chief and the supervisor took those rules and responded also.
Okay, and ideally when it comes to expanding your fleet, to include obviously a EMS response vehicle, are you where you need to be right now, or how much more are we talking about?
So, Senator Bolkes, one of the things that we did, Eddie, Evelyn, in January, when it was May, there was a grant application through Interior that came out, and we lobbied to our lobbyists in Washington, and we got verbal commitment for $1.9 million to buy 7 new ambulances. As soon as that money is released, either in January or February, we'll go ahead and procure those ambulances for the territory. Right now, the fleet is being maintained. There's some bumps and bruises with some of those older ambulances. I'll not sit down here and tell you everything is grand, but as they break down or some issue comes, the chief them will address them immediately.
Noted. And I know that obviously maintenance is an issue. And while I was able to visit the facilities, I also visited the mechanic shop, and I know that there's a few challenges there as well. Will you also be needing more mechanics, and also concerning the salary from the mechanics as well? I think it's relatively low.
Yes, we just hired one in St. Thomas. We plan to hire one more, a tech in St. Croix and a tech over here for the ambulance fleet. You have to get certified by Wheel Coach for those ambulances. So that's one of the things that we're going to try to do.
Okay, I didn't realize that. So the mechanic would have to be certified by Wheel Coach, you said?
Yes.
Okay, noted. And of course, that would be absorbed by the department for that training. So make sure to...
That's certain things on the ambulance. General maintenance, we could take care of. But certain things that hydraulics and different things, we have to leave that back to either the company that we bought the ambulance from, Metro or whatever, or our person certified, and which we planning to get somebody certified to do it.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to go across the waters to Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the director and his team.
Afternoon, Senator.
How many employees are close to losing their position because of them not being with the EMR compliance? What's the number of employees that are at risk at this time? And I understand you saying that you hope you will get by the hurdle with some of the new training and everything that you brought in and the personnel, but what are the numbers? are we looking at right now?
We're talking about 8.
Hello?
Yeah, we're talking about 8, Senator.
About 8. Oh, I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry.
And you have a fire marshal getting ready to go home. What's the plan, and what are we putting in place so that this can have a smooth transition? What are your plans with that right now?
Right now, we have some promotions we want to do internally. As with all the fire marshal, they're taking off a line, brought up into the fire marshal position once there's a vacancy for captain. I plan to maybe remove one of the captains from line who was in the fire marshal's office before and put him back there. That's a potential plan so far. But right now we have Sergeant Atto, who is supervising the unit. Right now he can move up and be the supervisor till we fill that position.
Is your training operation division is in operation?
Yes.
And is the coordinator on that job at this time?
No, he isn't. He's our fireman at this time.
But he's our fireman at this time. But is he employed? Is he still part of your team?
Yes, he is. He did submit his resignation and pull it back, Senator.
Okay. All right. Now I want to ask you a question because we had some conversation some time back, and I really must say I do appreciate when I reach out to you, I get response. In some areas, people don't respond. You can't get an answer. You're just be left in a hole. So I want to say thank you for always be willing to take my call, always responsive. I really appreciate that. What is the status of your fire stations right now? I know there's some FEMA work related with just about most of them. I'll start with the Emil Henderson in Frederickstead. What's the status of that contract with the painting and the different stuff? And then we could go to East End with the garage door and the new fire station that's supposed to be in place. And then we could go to Tutu. What's the status with those fire stations as far as those FEMA projects, the funding, and when are they going to start?
Let me get Ms. Clements, my specialist who is dealing with all the projects, to give you an update. Ms. Clements?
Good afternoon. Senator Johnson, you said you'd like to start with the Henderson Fire Station, correct?
I didn't hear you. Say that again?
I'm sorry, I said you would like to start with the Henderson Fire Station?
Emil Henderson, whichever way you want to go. But I had interest in the Emil Henderson in Frederickstead, the East End Fire Station, I forget the name of that, on St. Croix, and the Tutu Fire Station. What's the status on these three? And the rest of them, you could pick them up and give us some information as to what's the status on the work that needs to be done on these stations.
Okay, so to begin, I guess we can go by island, and we can begin with Henderson. So Henderson has projects obligated under 2 FEMA programs, public assistance and hazard mitigation. Currently, the hazard mitigation project is...
Mic a little more direct, please, because I'm not hearing your turn.
Apologies.
Hold the senator's time. Hold the senator's time. Is your camera on? Because I'm not seeing. Can you please put your camera on?
Is that better? I'm sorry. I just needed to admit that. Apologies. Is this better?
We're seeing you partially. However, there we go. Well,
sorry about that. I think it's the position of the...
It's still partial. When it's right there's fine. Okay. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Sorry. Okay. So the HMGP project for Emil Henderson is in the A&E phase, and we actually have a meeting scheduled with the A&E contractor this week to receive updates and to discuss some matters relative to design. In regards to the Seals Fire Station, I think Director George touched on that. That is slated to be replaced under an HMGP project. And we are, currently in the contracting phase for the demolition. So we're hoping to get that moving and the work started by early next year. The Richmond Fire Station, there are several projects for that station, HMGP and PA. We actually recently submitted an application under the HMGP program to rebuild the station. So that's been submitted to FEMA. I think that was fairly recently, so it's under review, and we'll just have to see. If that is not approved, we still have 3 projects for that station, one under PA to repair, and two under HMGP, one for a wind retrofit, which is to harden the structures, and then one to construct a safe road. The Cotton Valley Fire Station, that we have been approved to replace that fire station under the PA program. The award amount, I think, is approximately $7 million, excluding
time,
and that's exclusive of the cost share. Can I proceed, or?
Please proceed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So on St. Thomas, the 22 fire station is also slated to be replaced. We have several stations that we had received preliminary approval for replacement, and we are addressing them in a particular order. So Cotton Valley was the first one. Cruz Bay is currently being addressed. Fortuna will follow Cruz Bay, and 22 will be the last station. The Emile Berry Fire Station in Dorothea, there are 2 projects, one under PA, one under HMGP, that's currently in procurement in the contracting phase. Fortuna, as I mentioned, slated to be replaced. We'll address that after Cruz Bay. And Hotel Company, the Omar Brown Fire Station, there's a PA project for that is currently in the procurement phase. We actually we'll be sending a request to DPP to advertise that again. Our initial attempt to obtain a vendor was unsuccessful. For St. John, there's the Coral Bay Fire Station. There was a PA project for that. The work is substantially completed for that project. There's some mitigation remaining, so we're looking into that. And as mentioned before, Cruz Bay is slated to be replaced. That's the project that we are currently addressing. FEMA is reviewing the supporting documentation that was submitted for that, so we are awaiting their response.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Chair, if I may, through the chair, can I request that entire report be submitted to the chair to be dismantled again to all the senators? And then if I can wrap up with this last question to the director, if I can, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Director George, I and for the sake of time, I didn't want to stop the young lady, but I was fighting to hear. That's why I asked for the report to be submitted to the chair. The Richmond Fire Station, I heard some kind of information when it comes to the repair that are we not looking to move that fire station because it's in the blast zone of those tanks that WAPA have down there?
Yes, Senator. That's why Ms. Clemens just mentioned we just submitted something to see if we could get that station moved. As you are aware, several years ago, maybe in 2019, when I testified in the legislature, I made mention to capital improvement, and that was one of the stations. I said, if is there any way this body can assist us to move that fire station, we have some properties in Annos Hope that we can utilize to build a state-of-the-art station and put our office like Omar Brown. That's my vision. But it never happened. And we turned around and we said, okay, let's go to FEMA and see if we can get additional funding to move that station, Senator Johnson.
That's some discussion that needs to be had, because in that case, our first responders are right in the blast zone. The people that we will be asking to come and assist and help will be pretty much the first to get hit. So let's definitely have that conversation and see what we can make happen. It's important that we do that. Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And I was waiting until my turn to elaborate on a few things concerning the buildings. I believe, and I can't recall her name, she mentioned St. John being literally second to last. And I know that the firefighters in that island district, on that island, are in modulars in comparison to other stations that are actually in buildings. So I'm just trying to figure out why it's going to take so long for St. John to be rebuilt and other stations are going to be rebuilt first.
Ms. Clemens, you want to give the political answer? You want me to give the other answer?
Oh, no, I wanted to clarify. I know that there were some issues hearing me, but Cruz Bay, the station that's slated to be replaced in St. John is Cruz Bay. And that is the project that we are currently actively working on getting obligated. So we've submitted the supporting documentation and we're awaiting a response from FEMA. So it's actually on the front burner.
Okay, good. Because I heard you say it's second to last, so that started to concern me.
It was sent for application, but again, one of the things that you have to remember, Senator, we've been fighting this fight from since 2019. One of the things that FEMA wanted us to do is find a new location. In St. John, there's limited land mass, so that was one of our biggest problems. So keep setting us back, but now they gave us an opportunity, so we submitted to put it back in the same location and doing some modifications.
Okay, thank you, Director George. And specifically concerning your facilities, I know that the Omar Brown station was built in 2017. It's one of the newer facilities. And it does have a few challenges that require some assistance. But for your older facilities, what new enhancements should we be looking forward to concerning those facilities for the firefighters?
Right now, our challenge is between a rock and a hard place. Are we going to spend a ton of money in a facility which we know we get obligated funds to repair? For instance, the Tutu fire station, for months and months and months, the chiefs have been on the roof trying to fix a leak. We have brought in contractors, etc. We know we've been pushing to get this there done. So the little work that we could do to mitigate and make a better environment for the employees, we have been doing. I know in Richmond is a headache because there's certain things, but the employees themselves has been helping us. They remodeled the kitchen. We gave them the resources. They remodeled the kitchen. So there is some self-help internally by the men and women of the fire service happening. Some of those other bigger challenges, like the doors at Tutu. Senator Johnson talked about a door out in Cotton Valley. We just replaced the door. We have some issues with it now. Are we going to spend $40,000 repairing the doors at Tutu Fire Station, and we know they're going to obligate some monies for us? Those are the challenges that we're making, and be physical responsible.
Most definitely. And while I was able to tour, I was very impressed with the level of support and collaboration that firefighters were given to the department. Needless to say, not even charging, but just doing it just because. So I really appreciate that and look forward to seeing more of that collaboration.
I truly love my employees from the bottom of my heart. I truly love my employees. We have the one or two distractors, but at the end of the day, the department have come a long way from when we picked it up in 2019 to now. You took the tour, you see the positive vibes. There's not everybody gonna be 100%, but if you can meet them halfway and do the things that make them feel better and comfortable, I think we have done a good job to make that happen.
Okay. Concerning, raises, I know you mentioned a lot of raises have taken place, more so in the past 20 years. But I know for a fact that the mechanics are having some struggles concerning the salary that they're receiving for the work that they're doing. So I'm hoping that you revisit that if you have not done so already, and see what we can do for them, because I know that they do a great deal of work to keep these vehicles in tip-top condition so that you are able to get out there and save lives and out fires. So
we're going to try our best this year. We're looking at the whole budget, looking at the whole team. It's just not the mechanics. I have a whole team. I have to, other employees who is not unionized, I have to look at also. Not talking about my top managers, but internally, my other staff that I have to look at. So I try to balance how we do things within the department. When we got a little change, we're going to give them whatever raises we could do.
Okay, thank you, Director George. Senators, we're going to give everyone one last burning question before we adjourn. Senator Francis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You mentioned about the marine vessel that have been ordered. Do we have a timeline by which that will arrive in the territory?
Just tomorrow, I'm meeting with the contractors, myself and DPNR. So that's something we did to Senator to cut costs for the Virgin Islands government. We partnership with DPNR to purchase our boat and their boat, and we had a little savings. So that boat should be here, I'm looking at, knock on wood, at least by September, October.
Of 2023?
23, yes.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson? Okay, maybe Senator Johnson's not there. Okay, so Director George, well, I want to thank you for being here with us, you and your team, to explain to us your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to the department. And we look forward to having you again to hear more of what your plans are for the future, and if, in fact, you have any other concerns that this body can address and support you with.
I thank you for the opportunity.
You're most welcome. And I would like to give you the opportunity to give a closing statement, along with Director Evelyn as well. You have 1 minute to do so.
Thank you, Senator Bokes. Thank you for inviting me and my team here today to give testimony on the SWAT. I think we have outlined what we have been doing and we will continue to do. To all of my employees, thank you for every day coming to work and showing the love that you give to the fire service. I will do my best to make sure everybody is treated fairly. To my management team, thank you for being who you are. This is a great team. They have my back. We fight, but I love them to death. But thank you, Senator Bokes.
Thank you, Director George. Assistant Director Evelyn.
Thank you, Senator Bokes, for inviting us to participate in this process. And we want to continue the collaboration because we can't do this alone. Also want to take this time to really, give kudos to all of the brave women and men of the VI Fire and EMS service, all our EMS providers, EMS chiefs, fire chiefs. We are one team with a great leader. And I think that as we continue to move forward in the 35th legislature, we continue to this collaboration as we enhance lives and enhance the processes for everyone involved. Thank you for having us.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to all the virtual participants for being here with us today. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby adjourned.